Good morning. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 2nd of December, 2025. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I am not licensed or anything else, I guess, to provide financial or trade advice. So that disclaimer's out of the way. There's also a disclaimer in the description of this stream, but the purpose here is that I don't multitask well, and as I said, this is my virtual trading journal. I share it openly, completely transparent, completely and with full accountability. There is no secret sauce or paywall or any of that nonsense. Who am I hiding it from? Me? Hi, Panda. What are you doing? Okay, my cat's decided that she wants to have a conversation here this morning. So I'm not funded in any way or monetized here with YouTube, so likes and subs is great and well appreciated, as participation in the chat is really, really good. What, baby? What do you want? I stream in 1440p, so it's high def. If it's not, bright and sparkly on your side, click the gear button and select that. And all times that I refer to are Central Standard Time and that you see on my charts. You'll notice that my charts stream the entire monitor, not just the application. That the purpose of that is for increased transparency and accountability. See that hours, minutes, and seconds, date, ties up with Bookmap and IRT. Let's see here. What else is there to go over briefly or quickly? I'm sure I forgot something, but hey, the reason I stream to YouTube and the reason I stream so long every day, it starts every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning and goes through 1500 every afternoon. That's the complete cash session. And I stream it to YouTube to further the accountability and the transparency, number one. And number two, I can review the stream on any device. So, if you're standing here for 10, 12 hours a day, the stream is 7 hours. That's pretty handy, right? So let's get on with the business at hand. The pre-market here. Yeah, okay, Panda. I got to see what's going on. Sorry about that. Okay, so the pre-market, actually I got ahead of myself here. Jesus, I am confused. Numbers and reports. Let's look at that. This is Bookmap. This is IRT. And here are the here are the news sources which I use and which are completely free. You can pay for them all you would like. And I'm sure the sites would be really happy about that. But I figured that the best thing for me to do here is to have these be use the free version so they're available to everyone. This is investing.com, economic calendar, today, next week, tomorrow, whatever. You can filter it out for your time zone, your country, your reports of interest, whether you want 2, 3, whatever stars you want, all of that stuff. And again, it's free. The second news service or source that I use, and I'll explain why, is Financial Juice. Also free, also filtered for your time zone, country, reports, whatever you want to do. For example, over here, you can not have anything to do with the USA. You can be watching the DAX and have reports from Germany, whatever you want to do. It's pretty handy, actually, and free. Amazing sources. Financial Juice has a similar docket here, but I don't like it as well as investing.com when it comes to capturing and posting these snaps into a Discord or something else. I think this is cleaner to read. Financial Juice has one real big advantage, in my opinion. You notice that it's got Trump cabinet meeting and this kind of thing. Well, these are through the day. These will be added. Yesterday they added the press conference from the blonde lady back in D.C. there. Then they added a thing that Trump was going to be speaking at 1500. They weren't scheduled in the morning, but they add them through the day. Investing.com does not. Investing.com reports and schedules the actual established financial information. This is very important because, as you probably know, we're living in an age of supercritical unrealized risk, unrecognized or unscheduled risk. So it's important. Also, the right side of the Financial Juice is more of a squawk box feel, which, is kind of kept up to date. So there we have the news and the reports. And now let's get back to the pre-market, which is, let's look, starting with investing, IRT, Investor RT, the name of the software. You can tell what session, what chart, what time frame. I use two basic formats of the same exact idea here, the same layout and charts, but different instruments. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES, ES, and this tab is the mini. Exactly the same. So I'm trading currently the micros because I'm forward testing some strategy, and of course you want to limit your risk. So there's a 10 to 1 limit on the risk going from minis to micros. So that makes perfect sense to me. This is a Renko chart, full session. NASDAQ, the ES micro, and this is the daily chart. This is my higher time frame, which is I refer to as the micro composite. RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. In so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and you can't really see them over here on this new one, which just started yesterday, because we had, this was a gap up. We didn't close the gap day before yesterday, or Friday. Yesterday, we did close the gap and we traded over it. Price overlapped, new volume, new micro composite. For me, this is strictly however you decide you want to do it. The current micro composite volume profile has high and low volume nodes, which you can't really see here, and they are just red and green lines that plot the high and low volume nodes of the micro composite volume profile, and those nodes levels push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. And I do the same instance, remember, for both the ES and the MES. And this is the micro composite, or the mini, market profile. So there you go. Bookmap. Well, this is the dome, or the ladder, or the price ladder, or the order book, whatever you want to call it. What is this? This is all the prices and all the liquidity resting at every price level. Will they trade? Are they spoofs? Who the hell knows? Nobody will ever. That'll never change, because think about it. Okay, we're going to arrest you for spoofing. You put an order and then you remove it. Yeah, I decided it wasn't a good order to place there. How's that a spoof? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It's just, it was misdirection, sensationalist news stuff to appease somebody. This is the micro composite column where I have entered the POCs and the various things that I spoke about, the naked volume point of control from, don't need this anymore. That's been traded over, absolutely. Oh, no. What am I doing here? This one, I'll just change the name here. This, ooh, the way I do these, sorry about that. Well, it's not the 26th of November anymore, is it? It's 011225. There you go. Yesterday. Now, these are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700. Will continue through 1600 today. This is not the overnight. This is the Globex or the full session. RTH session volume profile will reset this morning at 0830 Central Standard Time. This is my notes column, which is pretty important to me. And the first thing I do is determine the open type expected for this trading session, the RTH session. And then I change the title to that. Now, what we're going to have here is a higher in range. And what, Panda? What's wrong, baby? I don't know what you're all upset about. But you seem upset about something. What? Yeah. Just wait a minute. Dad's trying to do something here. So how do you determine the open type? It's really simple. There's only 4 open types, and there are only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, where would this open price compare to the previous close, which is just under settlement here? You see RTH close right there. So it's higher than the close. And how does it compare to previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and here's the previous RTH low. So we are in range. So it's higher in range. Boom. That's all there's to it. And we're going to look at the statistics in a minute. The next thing I do then is clear the statistics and notes from yesterday, because we're going to put in all knowns, right? There they are from yesterday, some of them. Clear the notes. Yes, sirree, Bobby. There we are. Now, the next order of business here in columns is IRT session prices. These are pushed automatically, as I said, and I share them openly with anybody that wants them. So drop something in the chat, and I'm happy to hook you up. They push live continuously from Sunday night at 1700 through 1600 on Friday. You notice that there's no indicators on my charts or my Bookmap, because I trade with price, data, levels, and probabilities. Volume profile, period. So a brief recap of these lines. POC for the full session, which is a darker, more muted yellow POC. POC for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. VWAP for the Globex and for the RTH, volume weighted average price. And a mid for the RTH. Now, POC, as I'm sure you know, is nothing more magical than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 68.45 right here. We've traded 3,211 contracts. The split microsecond that one of these other prices is 3,212 contracts traded. This line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. The line plots all day, all session, so that I can have an understanding of where this agreed price is moving to and what's the action, you know. Is acceptance higher? Is acceptance lower? Are we rotational? Whatever. There's that. A couple of lines that can be confusing, it seems, are the initial balance Is there initial balance high, initial balance low? You can't see the flags, unfortunately, but they're right there. They are nothing more spectacular than simply a marker of the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to it. When we reopen, price is gonna, the high is gonna jump to the high of wherever we are. The low is gonna pop up to the low of wherever we are, and they will continue to move up and down for the first 1 hour, and then they don't move anymore. A statistic becomes active after that, but that's nothing to worry about now. This is Blue Boy, which is just a really highly proprietary, super valuable indicator called a vertical line. And I slap that on the opening print of each session. There's the opening print. There's Blue Boy for yesterday's RTH. And the reason I do that is I can glance, it's just a visual cue. I can glance, there's a, before that even, look at there. I can glance left here, and I know confidently that the entire range or context for the session so far is in my view. I have a complete understanding of that. Really important in my opinion. Next of all, let's look at the statistics, which are also straightforward and simple math, probabilities, not some magical hocus pocus. I'd love to be able to convince you that you needed to tune in to me every day and pay me a lot of money because I have a wizard hat and a magic wand, but unfortunately that's not the case. The statistics come from this study, and remember I said there were 4 open types, and there they are. And what did we determine the open type for today was? Higher in range. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30 in the morning, obviously, when we open. How can it do it now? Higher in range. The way this study works, again, simple. Statistics, probabilities, math. The study looks back over 1,629 trading days in the MES. Of these 1,600 days, we opened higher in range 499 of them. Of the 499 days where we opened higher in range, as we expect to do today, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 406 times, 81.4%. Watch this, it's real difficult. Pay attention. Overnight volume point of control. 81.4. Bam. That's it. That's all there is to it. Now, it's simple and straightforward because it's just math and data. And obviously, IRT or Bookmap has a nice facility to add these columns. But, and this will move now. This price could move. This statistic will not move or not change, but it could change in location because this is an active market, right? This could go, excuse me, this could continue to go up. If price gets really excited and jumps up above the previous RTH high, it's going to be higher out of range, right? So we're going to just keep going now. The next order of business is typically the mid, and there it is, 74.9%. Overnight mid, 79.4. Pretty tough, huh? Overnight high, and I'm just going to go down the list now. Overnight high is 74.7, and that happens to be right there. So 74.7, oh, damn it. 74.7. Well, we don't need 747, do we? Didn't do this one very good at all. I'm a little backwards over there. Up in here. There we go. Previous value area high, 71.1. Previous value area high, 71.1. How do I know that's the previous value area high? Because That's the configuration of my IRT. Value area high and low are for the previous auction. Developing value area high and low are for the current auction. Simple. Keep it simple, stupid. That's how I function here. Previous close is 70.1, and that happens to be right under settlement. I happen to know that, 70.1. And if you don't believe me, you can see the levels over here. This price line indicator, or price level indicator, does more than one label at a time, but the cloud notes column does not have that ability, functionality, or whatever you want to call it. IB high, there we go. IB high is 68.3. Okay, we know that this right here is the IB high from yesterday. Unfortunately, it's at the exact same level as is the overnight volume point of control. So I'm just going to put this right above it here, and because I want to show you this. 68.3 IB high. Remember, I put the initials because the second we open, this flag and this line are going to move to the high of wherever we are in the RTH session. And I will not know what this meant if I don't put the initials there. And if the POC moves before now in the open, I'll adjust this down to the proper flag. Otherwise, never mind. And I can do something kind of magical here with Bookmap. I can actually bring this down. Ooh, I don't want to do that. Let's bring it down to there and see what happens. Yeah, it's kind of okay. The next order of business is the previous POC. We have the IB low is 60.5. Again, that's down here. And I'm late with my snap. Overnight high, 51.3. Did we put that in there? Jesus, we got them piled up here, right, left, and center. What's going on here? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Overnight low is 49.1. Okay, those are the statistics. Now I've got to do something else here. Sorry, I've got to do a snap I do every day at this time. The TLab snap. And what, you ask, is the TLab snap? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it is as I said, it's a Bookmap Discord area. And it was started by a guy named Tom B. And I stumbled across it some years ago. And every morning I'd make 2 posts in there now. I post the reports about 6 in the morning, and I post this snap about 8:20 if I'm on time. I designed it a long time ago to give everybody in there that doesn't have all the same type of charting, all the numbers that they might need. I don't know whether anybody follows that or not, to be honest anymore. And I used to participate in the Traders Lab a lot, but I'm in the stream. I'm doing my journal now and focused here. I think that's more important. You should focus on what you're doing, not, being a whatever it is, a chat room guy. Tom is a professional trader with 46 plus years of experience, reportedly. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't post, call trades. And I'm sure you're never going to see his account balance or anything. But I believe that he's telling the truth. I believe he's, you know, the real deal. One of the reasons I believe that is you are never, ever solicited for anything in the TLab. Only. It's the only Bookmap Discord room that I make any support for. Simply because I've not been to all of them, and they don't have, the two that I did go to were perfectly normal. The guy was busy selling stuff, third word out of his mouth. And I question whether some of the people they have there have actually been verified. But I'm, you know, never mind. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so there you go. Let's do something else that's more important than talking about that. Let's trade. What do you think? I'll be able to trade. And how do you do that? Well, in Bookmap, the way to do that is the first and foremost thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel. Make sure you're on the instrument that you expect to be, that you intend to trade. Activate the trade control panel and select a method you will use to trade with your mouse on this application. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the DOM columns, and both is, as you might guess, both of them. Now, I use multi-brackets, and this is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied, and I really, really strongly recommend using brackets for every order, especially in this environment of really elevated, unrecognized critical risk, okay? So here's how the risk-neutral package and multi-bracket works. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can have because you need to have an even number of contracts. There's the package size. You need to determine the stop size for the package based on your account risk, instrument, volatility, any other parameters that you feel important, but your account risk better be the first one. Once you've determined the package size and the stop, then the first take profit target is a no-brainer. It's half the package. Remember I said it needed to be even? And it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then you have a runner. And you can do, you know, any number of things. You can set this up any way you want to go. Close. Now, because I have all of my metrics up here, which you can turn off or on, same as they are here, and I don't need any more of the trading functionality from the trade control panel, I confirm the number of contracts in the package, and this will stay green because we selected a trading system for the mouse method. Padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back, and we're set to trade. That, I think, and we've got about a minute and a half till they open. So let's hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Get your bio breaks out of the way. You got a minute and a half. Okay, 30 seconds. Now, I've had an issue with Bookmap not resetting the RTH volume profile on session start, which is how I have it set for the time. So let's see what happens here. I've kind of come to peace with it. I'm tired of fighting about it. support, their idea was to roll back. Now there we have 8:30. We don't have that. And now it's not resetting on. God damn it. Well, now it's not resetting at all. Son of a bitch. That's pretty frustrating. I guess maybe I will have to roll it back. Now it's not resetting at all. There we go. It's supposed to do that. And now it's going to have to, catch up and blah, blah, blah. Okay. It's irritating. The next thing I need to do is change my charting from full session to RTH. And you do that like this right here. Boom. There you go. Got a 9 millisecond lag, 10 because it recalculates. Save this bad boy. And perform the same function over here on the minis. And I'll explain why I'm doing this in a minute. Remember me, the guy who doesn't multitask well. Okay, remember I said in the pre-market that the relationship between the value area high or low and the developing value area high or low are the previous auction. Well, up until the split second when we opened, the value area, the previous auction was yesterday's RTH session. The second we opened, it suddenly became last night's overnight. So I changed the charting in IRT to reflect day session only, and now you see that these will readjust and be proper as the people who take advantage of my free price levels here, session prices, expect. You also see that we've got the IB low and the IB high, and now it's ticked up a little bit, so we got to get up there and test that out. Let's see something else here. Where's the open? Right there. Okay. Now this is bogus, isn't it? Is that today? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's put that expensive indicator over here now. Don't watch this. This is really top secret stuff. This is probably developed in DC, I suppose. Notice that the flag is ahead of the line or out of sync at this moment. That's absolutely not a problem. Now the line catches up, and here's the reason. They both are driven by the exact same data from IRT pushed right here at the same moment. But Bookmap has different refresh rates allowed for the cloud node column, or the boys and girls who made this indicator have set. And once I figured out that it was not a bug, it was just behavior within Bookmap, I don't even pay attention to it anymore, but I feel the need to point it out here because that can kind of be, people are going, what the hell's going on with your stuff over there, dude? Okay. So remember, this was the IB high from yesterday, and now it's right here. And the POC didn't move. The overnight high did. The previous high, let's check out that statistic over here. And remember when I said that IRT highlights the correct open type? Look at there, isn't that cute? Now, something else they do, you notice how all of the text is, majority of the text is black, except for value area high, overnight POC. it changes the text color to blue, or the highlight, when a level has been retested or revisited. So we've revisited the overnight volume point of control and the value area high. Let's, by the way, I wanted to see what the previous high was. Previous low, previous high is 58.4. That's the reason we were there, right? 58.4. Oh, now. Damn, I do that every time. There we go. So there we have it. Well, let's see. There's the overnight volume point of control. Yep. And there's the previous value area high. Yep. Have we reached any other levels? Nope. This is interesting. I don't know if you picked it up, but I either made a mistake when I was inputting the values or reading the wrong column. Previous IB high, 68.3. Ooh, look at this. Somebody said something good. We're giving away free money. What? Oh, here comes that overnight high. Baby. I'm going to get rid of these because I'm pretty sure that gap is absolutely closed now, by golly. Look at there. What is this? This is crack. Somebody put too much crack in the water cooler at the CME or wherever. Okay, let's get back to what I was talking about here. An error that I've made, or somebody did. 68.3 was the IB high, recorded yesterday's RTH, if you remember the pre-market here. Let's look at the statistic. In this open type, the previous IB high is right there, 68.2. And it has not been revisited yet, so I obviously have that wrong. And I am going to... Now, one thing I can do, I can go to this boy right over here, and here's our day, here's today, here's the overnight, and here is previous RTH. So, unfortunately, these info boxes don't show the initial balance highs, but it's right there, huh? And it's the same level. So it is just a little bit above where we are now. Huh. I'll fix that when the market is through thinking. Let's look over here. Maybe I can do something different. Okay. And you're going to wonder why I'm not using the crosshairs, and I'll show you. I keep the toolbar off because it drives me crazy. And that's a short trip. Crosshairs. Now watch this. There's going to be all kinds of crap going on. It recalculates and thinks and is a big problem. And I can't even get it right. Okay. 68.45. Now let's shut that back. That's yesterday's RTH session, right? Get rid of that. Oh, wait a minute here. Show crosshair. No. Okay. 68.45. Right there. Well, that is the correct IB high. Why IRT is not marking that as closed, I got no idea. I'll have to look into that. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. And second of all, that sucks. So here we go. We're up there to that previous RTH high pretty quick. Here we are. Friday, Monday, today. Boom, boom, boom. Market goes up to go down, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down, go up. And what is next, do you suppose? Well, what have we got? We got an opening drive. Now, the NASDAQ is, as usual, rocking and rolling. The NES, not so much. We are just tapping up to the heaven's door here on the top for the previous RTH high. What did we do overnight? Well, we basically the same idea. Here's yesterday's high, yesterday's RTH. Here's the just concluded overnight. Inventory was pretty much long. I would suspect that before this morning, early morning, say the RTH1 is over with or is concluded, that we're going to end up taking some profit, wouldn't you? I mean, here's where we closed. Here's where we opened. So at some point, the overnight did this, or at least did this, huh? Well, were they taking profit against this stuff? Or are they going to try to take profit against the overnight inventory that's long? More or less. Up to you to decide, boo-boo. Okay. There we go. So we're ticking them off 1, 2, and 3, huh? I'm going to put this where it said it was, 45. Yeah, right on that damn thing. This is not a perfect deal whatsoever, but it's the best I can do at this point. If you've got a better idea, or hey, Antonio, bon dia. Boy, Panda was all over herself here this morning, wondering what the hell was going on. She was meowing up a storm. I don't know. I guess she's jonesing for you, boy. Did some interesting work with statistics last night and vetting trades and stuff like that. Going to try to keep plugging along here to see if I can get this thing working with in some form or fashion that suits my way I think. Or the way I think. Maybe that's the problem, huh? I hope everything's going good on your end. Had 3 trades yesterday, an IB failure, and 2 IB continuations, and ended up dead scratched. I had a straight out of the box stop, then a T1 scratch, and then the second trade, or the third trade, I trailed up to T1 to, flatten out the account. Not the best shining example of trade management, but there you go. I did something interesting that over the weekend, I don't think I talked about it yesterday. Somebody made a comment about a trader who's a influencer guy and all over YouTube and X and wherever else. They actually had him talk on Bookmap, which is, I always find a little crazy about Bookmap. But anyway, who claims he has a 40+ % win rate and an R factor of 8. It's pretty substantial. That means for every risk unit, he makes 8 times that. So I spent some time, hours, running various back tests. And if you stop and think about it, how could you possibly do that? Well, if you have, for example, if you have a 10-tick stop, that's R1, that's R, your stop is your R value, right? Times however many contracts. You got to make 8 times that. You got to net 80 ticks every time. That seems a little fishy. So I got to messing around with it with my backtest system, and I have a 43% win rate, an R value of 8 over. And he doesn't, I found out today that he doesn't backtest. He doesn't have hard stops in the market. So, in other words, the data is just bullshit because, stops are moving all over the place, and there's no way to have that be comparative or statistically significant data. So that's what I figured. But I did come up with how you can achieve that. If you have a 2-tick stop loss and a 16-tick all in, all out target for 2 contracts, you can have I'll show you what my backtest came up with actually. Right there. You can have yourself an 8. This is 8 R value, 43% win rate over the 18 trading days of November, 27 wins, 35 losses. That's not surprising. You have 8 wins consecutively and 9 losses consecutively, but it is a profitable system with the same parameters that guy talks about. So it's doable, and it is exactly what I suspected. You've got to have a really low R value. Otherwise, how can you have such a high multiple? Day trading. I suppose you can do that easily if you're swing trading or position trading for a long period of time, but in the day trade world. So that's an interesting backtest for you to chew on there. And I have the data here, of course. And I did a lot of other stuff, as you might imagine. Here it is. These are the stats. In looking back over this entire deal where I was doing something different here, this came out to a 65% win rate and 8% R value and on and on and on. This is the back test that I did later. Then I went from then I tried to do some stuff that I thought was interesting to see if a more realistic system that we typically use was valid. And it's all about bringing the trailing, or the way this works is this is stop, trigger 1, trigger 2, package size. Then is there a trailing trigger? In other words, at some point do we trail some amount of ticks? And if so, what's the amount of the trail plus entry? So I went with 18 trigger, 16 trigger, 14 trigger, 12 ticks. In other words, it goes from once you achieve 18 ticks or 16 ticks positive, but once price does, or 14 ticks, it scales up to T1, which is right here. And there's the results. So 65%. The R factor's crap because it's you're basically 1-to-1. But there's an expectancy of 9.3 ticks and a profit factor of 2.3 and trades per day, and it would have been profitable over 482 days. So there you go. Interesting to play with this thing. Stuff. Interesting to me anyway. And I like it I don't like it, but it's reassuring to me when I question something and then it turns out that, he really doesn't have hard stops. And a lot of times he moves his stops away from entry and blah, 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 blah. So I'm thinking, yeah, okay. So here we go. We are in a pretty tight range here. 14 handles, basically. We got 10 minutes to go, and we got some reports on the hoof here, I believe. Let's see what that says. No real reports this morning of any consequence, but nothing was at 7:30, so I think what we need to watch out for now is random risk, right? That's what the first thing that we need to think about, I think. Talk about that quickly. I'm going to just call this UCR. Going forward. Put a hotkey in there. What's going on here? So, we're in a special environment now where we have, let's look at this week for reports. Okay. We have, in the trading markets in futures, we have scheduled reports that everybody knows about and have been there for years. S&P PMI, 845, whatever day this is of the month, I guess first Tuesday or something. The granddaddy of them all, of course, is non-farm payroll, which, as we all know, is the first Friday of every month, except for a little bit of a wrinkle they throw in there now and then, at 7:30 in the morning. You know how to deal with that risk. You can see this. Well, we're looking at this. Let's go down here. We're looking at this for Wednesday. Here's Friday. We're looking at these 3-star reports on Friday, PCEs. They've been scheduled for a long time. And we know that. We can plan the risk. We can mitigate for it. We can be positioned correctly, as we need to be as traders, because your object is to preserve your account. What good is it to you if you have a fantastic strategy and you blow your account up today and cannot trade tomorrow? Your ultimate goal as a trader is risk management. Preserve your account. So we can do that with scheduled things. Here's the problem. We have a new environment where unscheduled, who knows what, can happen. This, fortunately, as I said earlier in the pre-market, financial juice tries to add these kind of things in which weren't scheduled to start with, okay? And that's a good thing. That's why I have it open all the time. But see if I can show you this over here. We're running past it now, but the problem that you have to be aware of, and it's no political comment whatsoever, but it is an unidentified critical risk. This is a 229 point handles. If you want to think about ticks, it's 229 times 4 ticks. Sell-off from a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning that came completely out of the sky. No idea it was coming, no idea anything about it. And that's 100% the president's business to do whatever he wants to do. But this is what I refer to as an unrecognized critical risk, and why it's so important to be vigilant about managing your risk and protecting your account, and, in my opinion, to only trade with full bracket orders, vetted setups only, A-plus vetted setups only, ones that have a good risk reward, runs that have a good R value, all that kind of thing, that have a high probability. And by all means, use bracket orders with stops and targets at the moment you enter the trade. And if you're trading live, as I am over here with money, and I know Antonio does, have them make sure that that those stops and targets are server side, not on your machine. And it's not political, who the hell knows what. There's been a lot of crazy stuff go on with this, much more so, I think, than normal, or than I'm used to, or than I remember anyway. And so, your job as a trader is to preserve your account and be able to trade tomorrow. I'm sure there was a lot of traders that are blown up right here. Didn't have stops in, or tried to trade on their phone from, Robinhood or whatever. That had to be a real painful experience for a lot of people. So there you go. That's my speech on unrecognized critical risk, UCR. And we got 4 minutes to the top of the hour. No reports to really worry about, so let's just kind of see what's going on. Looks to me like initial balance high and low got figured out. We still didn't tap out this 58 up here on the previous RTH high. That's funny, huh? We came right up here and sniffed its flank and then zoomed off the other direction. What's the day look like so far? Well, where's Blue Boy, that lazy dog there? Yeah. There's our context. What is that? What does that look like to you? That looks like a rotational day, doesn't it? Boom. Outside in, outside in. So far, mean reversion. Nothing for me to trade or worry about or think about, because I'm only trading, I'm eating my own dog food. I'm only trading vetted setups, which I have done in my homework period away from the live market using backtesting, which we'll talk about later. And I trade them only. And those are the initial balance trades. So here we stand. Well, here we go, huh? It's 4C over here, Antonio. Hey, Richard, how you doing? Wow, 4. That sucks. I'm going to have to drain the damn hoses, check the weather, do something. Worry about the cats outside. I don't know. There are a lot of things to think about here. A lot of important stuff cooking over here. Oh, God, what's this now? Oh, shit. I didn't, where's this? Oh, here we go. Feds Bowman testifies to the House at 9. Well, that ought to be. Yeah, I'll keep that opinion to myself, I guess. From what I see of a lot of the members of our Congress lately now, to have an experienced person with a PhD in finance and years of experience is sort of be like, you know, standing in front of the monkey cage and trying to explain something to him. It's like, I'll never forget the old days when Greenspan used to go testify to Congress. You could tell he had a really extraordinary, actually probably over the top on purpose vocabulary. And you could see, you could watch the looks on the faces of the people that they're going, what the hell did he just say? They had no freaking clue what that was about. Not his theory, but just his vocabulary was crazy. That was a long time ago. That was the late 90s, early 2000s. Before, you know, all of this internet livey stuff. And back when you had to watch a video from CNBC or C-SPAN. They used to judge what he was going to say. That it got to the point where they tried to drum up news, right? They would look at the thickness of his briefcase when he got out of the car to go in to testify. And somehow somebody figured out that was going to have some meaning about something. It was so funny. It was just like now, I guess. Boy, they can't tag that yesterday high, can they? But when they do, kaboom, there's going to be a whole bunch of fuel up there. You can bet on that. Also, just above that is, and I don't see it over here, 68, 72, 75. Oh, yeah, probably up here. There we go. See, I love it when a plan comes together. And there's that overnight micro composite VPOC from sometime. Why are you doing that? Come on. Why are you opening up? I never can figure out what this damn thing. There we go. From the 12th of November. And here we are at 1 point high. And hopefully Blue Boy will show up over here. There you go. Now this is the way I like to have the session presented, because it makes sense to me. When I have the scale at 1 point, I have an understanding about relative movement, right? When I'm all zoomed in and zoomed up and whatever else it is, I don't know what the hell that movement means. This is 14 handles right here. There's 40 to 56. Okay, 16 handles, call me a liar. And continuing mean reversion. And we're zoomed past that first bracket. We're past the first in market profile. In case you do or don't do that, it's typically 30-minute brackets. So that's and how you have them numbered. Some people start them with the overnight. Some people start them with the RTH. So it's either the A bracket or whatever you feel it is. I don't, on my stuff here, I don't do the full session. This is the overnight full session, and this is the RTH for today. So it's A and B, and away you go. Or that's the plan anyway. That's the way it's supposed to be. And now we can start thinking of, oh, we took out the previous RTH high. Another one bites the dust, another statistic. Isn't it funny how often those happen? Every day. That's why they're statistics. It's because it's data. It's not a hunch. It's not a guess. It's not a, oh, this thing is around there and it's over by this HVN or something else. This is data. And I suppose this is a good point to say, to restate the fact that this is my virtual trading journal. This is what I'm doing. The reason I narrate and continually provide the voiceovers, that's the only way I can get what I'm thinking into the stream, which is my journal. And I think journaling is important. I hope you do that. I hope that everybody does, however you do it. I don't multitask well, so for me to be focusing on the market and screen snapping and, typing and stuff like that doesn't work, dilutes my focus. This way, I can focus. I have all the information I think I need to trade right here on the hard right edge. I have the whole session in view, so I can see what's happened, what is the context of where we are. I believe that I always want to be with the advancing army, not the retreating one, to quote Tom B. And I don't have to be doing anything else except watching and talking, watching the market and narrating it. So that's the point of this. But I want to make sure that anybody that's listening to this at any point understands that this is not a my way or the highway deal. If you have a great system that is consistently profitable over a statistically significant data set, not just 3 trades from yesterday or something, fantastic for you. Don't change whatever you do. And if if it's really great, drop it in the chat so we can all get a whirl at it. And this is just definitely a work in progress. But unlike a lot of traders on the internet or wherever else, it is 100% transparent. That's why the stream is so damn long, from 8 o'clock every morning until 1500. And each and every trade, price movement, everything else is recorded. No question about it. And this, now we'll get into thinking about what I'm preparing for trading. This is Bookmap, in case you don't know. And this is live funded AMP futures account. And if I was absolutely sure I knew what I was doing over here and not just extra cautious, I could put a resting order down here and you see that it changes the value in the book. But I don't want to do something stupid with this little mouse over here and then end up in a trade I don't want. I think I'll have to experiment with that and check it out. I don't know how I can experiment with it, because in a recording, that wouldn't work. That's the way you can see if somebody's really live trading. When you see him put in an order, watch the book, because this is the book. Now, there are 1 or 2 programs out there that can dummy this whole thing up, but MetaTrader is one of them. But anyway, this is not MetaTrader. And this is rhythmic data. Both of these programs, my Bookmap and IRT, are driven by the same rhythmic account with AMP. So there you go. Now, that brings us to trading today. First, let's look at the trigger chart over here. This is just a big version of my backtesting tab chart, which may be easier to explain here. These signal markers and these trading levels are programmed in this chart and come on, wake up. And this chart, which is, you'll notice exactly the same, by me only, and they are right. They are right here. There's all the signal markers, and there's the levels. Okay? They are simply for me to visually verify that stuff in the trading system is happening when and where I expect it to. Because this has been back-tested thoroughly, and now essentially it's a live forward test, because here's the way I'm working it since the 1st of November. This is simulated within IRT. This is one confirmation of how this account was selected. This is confirmation that there's no instruments in the trading list, which is used by IRT to actually send trades to the broker. I don't want IRT sending trades to AMP at this point. So what I do is the following. I monitor, send these trading signals to this chart so that in real time, the signals are evaluated over each 1 minute bar by the computer. And if there's a trade signal, it's graphed over here, plotted. And I monitor the progression of those signals, A, B, and trigger. And when there's a trigger, I take the trade manually in Bookmap. I realize that's probably kind of befuddled, but remember, this is not a prop account or a BS deal. This is live money. So, and it's my money, nobody else's. It's not funded by some prop outfit or whatever else. I deposit money in this account, and there you go. And I'm going to preserve my account. Remember that. So that's where we are now. The next thing we're going to do here is confirm that. And the reason I have to have this tab open is because I want to make sure there's no instances of the trading system on here, and there are none. So what we're going to do now is confirm that the original risk neutral 2-lot package is set up to trade. There's 12 ticks, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. There's no trails, even though my next move will be, as I said in the pre-market, I'm going to be trailing up to T1 when I achieve right here. And this is set at 60 ticks just to get outside of the possibility of it firing at 14 ticks, because that has been back tested as the best way to go so far. Now, come on. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's all right. Let's do something over here. This was the last back test I did this morning early, and I'm going to set this to 1 day just because I'm crazy. I have no commissions going on in here because it doesn't matter at this point. RTH session only, MES, okie dokie. Now, I'm not going to backtest this, but what we're going to do is send it to the chart. That means that all of a sudden, when I go that way, and it does this, you notice how previously, historically, these are two profit, T1 and T2. I don't want those green lines going all over the screen, and I don't know how to get away from them, short of turning them off. So there we are. This is now, come on, you son, boy, this new mouse and I do not get along. This is now, this trading system is now evaluating today's live market. And it will not take a trade because this is simulated. Be sure you understand that. I don't want to misrepresent anything here or have somebody misunderstand. But I manually, and you'll see that in this course of the stream as yesterday, enter those trades in Bookmap. So if that's confusing, well, guess what? I'm confused too. Now, to quickly recap what's going on over here, these are the continuation zone and the pullback zones. These are two trades and the trigger zone, sorry. These are two trades each, dependent on the initial balance, high or low. And those are the trades that I have vetted. And what, you ask, in the hell is the initial balance trade? Well, if you think back to the pre-market, statistic study, there is greater than a 97.6% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited at some point by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. Now, this is not a statistic. It is absolutely meaningless until 9:30 happens, right? Because that's the definition of the initial balance. So how can there be a statistic if the initial balance is not set? After 9:30, there's a 97.6% probability in this particular open type that we will revisit one or two of these. What does that mean? That means that there is a 2.4% probability that neither one of them will be revisited. There is a 31% that both of them will be revisited. Looking back over 1,630 trading days where we opened higher in range, which is 500 days. That's statistics, and that's the way I approach the market. It's, maybe it's stupid or too simple or whatever, but, that's it for me. Again, it's not my way or the highway. So that is the statistic. The testing that I've done here shows me statistics about those trades over. If I typically go back 500 days or 488 to keep it within 2 years. And these are all the rules. And when you backtest or when you set up a trading system, you have to identify, in IRT anyway, you have to identify each specific rule, everything you want the computer to do, because it's just the computer, right? There's no discretion whatsoever. And you have to set one up for the continuation trade off the IB high, the failure trade off the IB high, the failure trade off the IB low, the continuation trade off the IB low, short, long, etc. A specific rule for each one of those things. Now, in a backtesting, when you select 500 days, the system goes through, the computer goes through every 1 minute bar back 500 days, trading days back, and evaluates every one of these rules over every one of these 1 minute bars. And just from memory, I know that it's about 281,000 1 minute bars because I've done enough of these. Now that we're live, this is evaluating every tick that's being made over here in the real live market. And if something fires, short or long, continuation or failure, it's going to plot it. That's the system that's been sent here. Now, these signal markers that you see on this chart, like here, have nothing. Here you go. Here's a plot from yesterday. There you are. That's how it plots. There's the entry. There's T1. Traded up to here, didn't get to our target within a point. Traded down to here and took the stop. Scratch. These signal markers are in no way sequential, and I'm not sure I could figure out how to code them that way, and I'm not going to bother. I know that I need to have an A, then I need to have a B, and then I need to have a trigger before it is going to be a valid trade. And also, I have the plot here to go from. Now, the system very definitely only evaluates rule 1. There's the first statistic. Then there's the rule B. Then there's the trigger. And once it's in a position, it will not trigger another one until it's flat, and then it starts over, ABC. Okay? Try to make this as clear as I can, and I'm probably making it clear as mud, but you get the idea. So what I'm going to do now is in another 10 minutes, the IB will set, right? So in another 10 minutes, you'll notice that these lines are not being plotted anywhere. The minute we have an initial balance, boom, they're going to show up over here. And the high and low volume, these continuation and trigger zones, these lines and labels I push over to Bookmap also, so I try to not miss something. One of the really beautiful ways, or I think really, I don't know, reassuring maybe, aspects of only trading vetted trades. You do the homework, you do the vetting, you build all these things away from the live market when you're clear, cool, calm, collected. You know you have a vetted setup. Now you're going to trade it. There's no hurry, scurry, blurry gunslinging, I'm in a big rush, nothing. You see that A sets up. You see that B sets up. If you get the trigger, you take the trade. If you don't, you don't. Easy. And you let the chips fall where they may, the way you have set up the parameters. You don't jump in there with discretion and change this and do something else. Now, I said last night and yesterday that I would backtest if I was going to do a trailing stop or not. And I did that last night, and I believe that the way to go, which I mentioned earlier, here, what's going on here? Which I did right here. I believe this is the best way to go. No, sorry. I believe that this is about the best way to go. 12-tick stop, 12-tick target, 48-tick T2, trail at 14 ticks up to the T1 target. That gives me this parameter. Now, I'm not convinced enough about that today to do that. So I will not be trailing, or I may discretionarily try it out. I don't have the system programmed to do that yet. I mean, I have the ability, but it is not set that way today. I hope that makes sense. So at 9:30, we're going to start seeing these lines. I'll be watching for a trade. And there you go. I probably needed to say something else or whatever, but who the hell knows? I forgot. And are we going to take it out? Oh, well, there's nothing to take, is there? It's not an initial balance statistic yet. Until 9:30, this thing's going to keep going up and the low will keep going down. Easy peasy. One of the reasons I try to be as explicit as I can here is I learn how to do stuff by doing it, and the best way is to teach it. If you can explain it to somebody, or in a way to myself here in the stream, then I know I can judge if I understand it or not, you know? You can't fly a plane, sail a boat, trade futures, ride a horse, ski down a mountain by reading a book or watching YouTube. You got to go do it. I mean, that's, you know, that's a reality that is sometimes missed by others, I think. Play an instrument, another one. So, yeah. And welcome to the stream. Smack a like, a thumbs up. I'm in it for the likes and subs as far as YouTube goes, and it is my Versal Trading Journal. And we don't have any signals coming off yet, and we have book smack map over here. Where'd that blue boy go, that devil? There he goes. Now what I'm going to do is jump over here and change the line thingy. This is how you export stuff from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. Now I changed this to, which is another template that I made, and all of a sudden, we are only going to have, instead of all the different price lines, we're only going to have the IB high, the IB low, and at 9:30, the continuation and pullback zones. Just because, yeah, I'm old and I confuse easy. The more soup I see on my screens, the worse I like it. And sometimes I do this. Yeah, you know. Sometimes I don't ever do that. Again, I have no comment, or I'm not making any kind of disparaging comment about anybody, but some of my fellow traders and colleagues in, Static or sometimes in the TLab, wherever, they'll post a screen snap of their book map, and it's one of the typical book maps with all the colors and all the balls and the everything, absorption, all that stuff. I can't even see price. I can't even see where the hell it is. And that's, if they can trade that, fantastic. There's a friend of ours named VWAP Jesus. He calls himself that because one of his charts might have 50 VWAPs, anchored VWAPs on it from all these places that he thinks is important. And that's perfectly great. But it doesn't work for me. Revert back to the my way or the highway thing. It is not that a case here. I'm trying to do what I can do to make this my trading business, which is what this is, profitable. Now we're going to have the initial balance in the IB statistics going to become active in 2 minutes. So quick run through the roses here. We can trade on both. It's a risk neutral 2-lot package, I know, because this is the only one I've got set up there. I've got all my metrics up here. I can trade with both, and we're ready to rock if we have a statistic, and that's going to happen right there in about 30 seconds. No, a minute and 30 seconds. Oh, what happened? Did we get it? Guess what? It's not the IB yet. There's a minute to go. That got a lot of them fired up. Now, This is a good opportunity to point out something that is pretty important, I think. Usually I do a little later, but this sense of our proximity here. Just my advice, do not trade to the statistic. Remember, there's no, just now we have set the statistic at 9:30. Will we take it? Yeah, we just did. 7 seconds in, we took the IB low. Took out those things. So the statistic has been hit. And why did that happen, don't you wonder? I don't know why it did that. Some goofy pop-up thing over here I don't understand. So here we are. Now we have our levels. It is, the statistic has been satisfied as far as the initial balance is concerned. Let's get back over to the trading world over here. We don't have a statistic yet because of the specificity of the rules, which are, you've got to be trading down to the stat. And the statistic needs to be the open above, and in the case of the IB low, the open above and the close below. We don't have that yet. And furthermore, the preceding bar to the signal bar needs to have an open above the close. My whole concept here of changing of these rules is that I want price to be moving down into this IB. And remember also, the only way you can change things is after the market's over, when you're doing your homework, one change at a time, run the back test, make a change, run the back test. Did it improve? Did it not? It's the only way to do it. Otherwise, you're just, going at it like you're killing snakes, and that's stupid, in my opinion. We do not have a statistic yet. Therefore, we don't have an A over here. Oh, that's a little much. Let's go down here. Okay, we've got both IBs. We've got this stuff going on. We've got no signals going on. And what I'm going to do now is, because I'm not going to change the system anymore at all, I'm going to move this over here where I can see it easier for trading. These are two 32-inch 4K monitors, my primaries. I've got a 4-monitor rack in front of me here on this stand-up desk, and the two lower ones are my primary trading screens, and they are two 32-inch 4Ks. So for my positioning and old eyes here, it's more I can get them scrunched together, the better off I am. We would have a couple of signals if this mouse and I are not getting along very good today. This is a new wired mouse I got because I got kind of spooked at the wireless Logitech MX Masters that I've used for years were having conflicts with each other because there's a couple, 3 computers here and a couple, 3 keyboards and mice and stuff. So on this trading machine, I got a mouse with a tail. I got a wired one. Now, what's happening now? Well, you'll see a B signal just fired right here because it closed in the continuation zone, but it's not a trade. Why? We don't have a trigger. A. What's even more important, we don't have an A. This would have been an A signal had this bar closed below the open. Is that a stupid rule? Do I need to change that rule? Maybe, but I'm never going to change my trade plan in the middle of the live session, and I recommend you don't either. Do what you want. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So this could go on with no trades. Who the hell knows?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And I, like I said, this is a work in progress. That's for damn sure. Well, what's happened? We're rotational. Here's something that I would point out, just looking at this profile. Notice anything different? Taper, excess, the auction came to a conclusion. What happened up here? Somebody turned off the tap. What would I expect? That we're going to probably get some taper and an auction to the top. It's just a guess, but hey. Let's look over here. Well, there you go. It's a flat top. Flat top. We banged it up here, didn't take out these highs, didn't take out this POC, this MCVPOC. I would fully expect that at some point today we're going to trade up here and balance the auction. It's an auction. What happens? They trade it up, they take the auction up as far as they can until they run out of buyers, and then they take it down as far as they can until they run out of sellers, and there you go. No different than a cattle auction or anything else. And you see I hope you understand the story about the signal markers on this chart having nothing to do with the trading system. I wish I could figure out how to do that simply. I tried it one weekend and I made a big mess out of everything. Because the fact that they need to happen sequentially, and then there needs to be a situation where once the trade is off, once the system is flat, starts over again. I don't know. I don't think it's worth messing with, to be honest with you. I've made the conversion to, I guess we talked about it yesterday, to this. Let's see about the music. Let's fire up the music, shall we? This is in Epidemic Sound, which is, I had to end up, what the hell happened there? I had to end up paying for, because YouTube is very sensitive, and rightfully so, I would suppose, about copyright stuff. I don't know what this testimony effect is going to have before Congress. I don't know about that. I don't know what to think there. Yeah, I did mention this for sure. Oh, what happened here? Isn't this cute? We have an A. Look at here, boys and girls. We have an A signal. Now what we need to have is a B. I hope we don't get one in this direction, but it looks like we're gonna. Because this is the pullback zone and there's the B. It needs to close in this zone. And then it needs to come back and pick up the trigger. Okay, I'm gonna do one more thing over here on whatever this thing's called, Bookmap. Only got the lines and levels, right? Now I'm gonna do something that is a sin before God and country, and that's turn on candlesticks, and I'll show you exactly what the deal is. These are 1 minute candlesticks, as small as I can get them to do on Bookmap. For one purpose only. The way Bookmap works, this line drawing is the last price. These candlesticks represent every 1 minute. This data is for this candlestick. This data is for this candlestick. If I want to know what happened and in what sequence, did the trigger happen before the high? Did the high happen or the B signal happen before the trigger? With a candlestick, you can't tell. But with the two of these together, you can. You can see what actually happened inside the bar, the way price is plotting. And by the way, we didn't get a B signal, nor did we get a trigger, and this thing is ripping to the upside. Scroll back in your notes and listen to what I was talking about a few minutes ago with no excess on the top. Okay, now I'm going to widen this out. Still on 1 point high over here, which is good. Widen this out to 1 minute. Okay. This is just something I cooked up over the weekend, and shoot me. If you don't like it, whatever. If you don't like it, leave some nasty grams in the chat and let us know you're alive. I know it's worth talking about them. This will be the last time I talk about the VPOC migration flags. They were like this. These were something I did forever, way back when. I didn't have Blue Boy or keep context. This gave me the facility to see where the hell this POC had been. Now that I'm into the zooming back into 1 minute, maybe I'll get back to that. One of the things I need to do, though, if I am going to do this again, is to number them 1, 2, 3, because if you've just got a whole bunch of flags all over the place and you can't see this line, how do you know what happened first or what happened next or what happened when? I don't. So there you go. Well, now we're stuck in the middle here, boys and girls. And here comes that mean reversion. Eh? One thing about the IB trades is maybe worth talking about. I vetted this IB trade setups because there are two. There is a take the IB, trade up, come back to the trigger, continue, IBC, IB continuation. The other one, trade up, take the initial balance statistic, can't get any horsepower, come down here to the pullback zone, trade to the trigger, and then mean revert, outside in. It's a fancy name for just a mean reversion trade based around the initial balance. But here's the reason I chose that initial setup. It gives me two vetted trades, one for a rotational market and one for a directional market. I thought it made sense. If I'd have only vetted, for example, the mean reversion trades, which is a very viable strategy that a lot of people use, it only gives you one because you can only use it in the mean reversion. mean reversion context. Mean, what I'm talking about. Now, doggone it. Now we gotta wait until something else happens. Hurry up and wait. Well, I don't see any reason for 1 minute bars here. Now, the problem with the candlestick story is if I get back out to Blue Boy on duty, it turns into a real busy bunch of soup over here on Bookmap, a bunch of lines and crap going on that are a little confusing, but we'll see what happens. This is all just stuff I worked out over the weekend. I replay. One of the things that's important to maybe to mention is Bookmap Replay functionality is really quite impressive. A lot of different programs I've had over the years, it's by far the best. In terms of, I have it set up to record the entire session, orders, everything. At the end of every, 1600 every day, I shut Bookmap off, and sometime after 1700, I start it back up. So each overnight and ETH and RTH session are their own capture or their own recording. You can replay, select a day 50 years ago, depending on how many, recordings you've got, and pick a time just before they open, for example, or whatever you want, and use your trading. You can use multi-bracket sim, which only works in the sim environment, replay, and actually trade it like it's the real thing. And if you didn't know, there's a very pronounced, a lot of things that are pronounced. Let me show you over here. That's really important. If I can find it now that I shot out my mouth. Yeah, here you go. This, god damn, I hate it when I do that. You there? No. This is Bookmap in replay mode, and you see that choose open data file. There's a what day, what time. Here's a progress bar. Trading simulated, replay down here, replay back over here. I mean, I try to remember, I'm as transparent and clear as I can be, hopefully. But this thing trades and plays back just like you're trading the market. Here's a multi-bracket sim with a trade put on, stops, targets, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty amazing. Now, if somebody was an unscrupulous character, they could do a screen grab of just this part right here, right? And you'd never know what hit you. Looking at something that was posted on YouTube, not a live stream, but so this is how I traded yesterday or whatever else. You'd never know what hit you. So that's important to ask somebody to see the. Okay, thank you, baby. Fry the bacon, Jesus. If you want, so be careful of that with stuff that isn't live. But it's really a phenomenal tool that you can use at night, weekends, whatever else it is. That was the point. Okay. Oh, we have another A now. Look at me go. Let's get zoomed out. Okay, we have an A. We didn't get a B yet. This would be a B for the pullback. And we don't have a trigger. See, these triggers are firing, and these are only on this thing. Remember that. Don't start getting all excited about, ooh, we got it. Yeah. Now, if we get a B, which would close down here, and then trade back up to the trigger, it would be a it, excuse me, it would be a trade. This is going to irritate the hell out of me if we get a continuation A, and I mean B, and then a trigger. I would be forced to take a long, and pretty disappointed about having to do that at this point. Not thinking it would be too, not thinking it would have high hopes, but I would have to do it because that's what I do. Just me in the middle here, just bridging the gap between the computer system and the live account, because I just don't have the I don't have the confidence. I guess what it boils down to really is I don't think I know enough about setting Bookmap IRT up to trade directly to AMP and not have some surprise where shit happen, you know? And that's not what I want to have happen with my live account. We're going to get a B up here pretty quick. If this closes inside of this pullback zone or this continuation zone, it will be a B. Then it'll come down to take this trigger, and I will be in a long. There's the B. Will it close there? Remember I said we needed to have excess at the top? My goodness, look at that. Now my gut feeling is I hope it doesn't set a B here, because I think that's a bad thing to say when you're trading. Should never trade what you think, but trade what you see. If I get a signal here, I'll take it. But my initial reaction is, well, we're mean reverting, so I'm not so sure that a continuation trade is the right thing to do. What do I know? What do we have here? We have a 3-bar reversal, huh? Ooh, baby, there's one for the old trade boys and girls. Now you see what would happen. Here we go. If this would have closed in the continuation zone and we got this trigger, I would be long. And I would be sweating bullets, but you know. These are places where people would apply their discretion. Oh, and we took a trade. Well, there we go. The system took a trade. I've taken a trade.
Order submitted.
And I can tell you why that happened in a minute, as soon as I get everything. Okay, I can tell you why that happened. I've changed the rules in the trade system into the zone, not close. It used to be close, and now it's not. So I'm not showing you the right thing. Sorry about that. So here we are in a trade. Now what's going to happen? Who the hell knows? But I traded it, and I'm hoping it pops up there and at least gets me a risk neutral. And then I'm, got the helmet on, and let's see what the hell happens after that. So if I can do this, let's see here. There we are. There's the trade. There's the entry. There's everything else by the system. And here we are over here. Isn't it amazing how it can struggle and battle to get up to the target? I'm not going to be doing the scale up today because I don't have that firmly in my brain. The trail to T1. As I said before, the it looks pretty good in the back test. And we'll talk about all that later, but I think I can shut off the candlesticks, to be honest with you, which might be helpful. I don't like a bunch of junk going on here. I don't like, oh, there we go. No. Yeah, there we go. T1. Now, put my helmet on. And there we go. Now, what I was just talking about was if this gets to 14 ticks, which would be about, let's say, the previous high up here. The back test is to trail to the T1. Seems pretty tight, doesn't it? But it's got a pretty surprising. Obviously, that would give you a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio win, which been a sharp stick in the eye, I guess. And that seems to be actually the best. There's a real interesting thing that I could put in the. I kind of hesitate to put it in the description or into the chat because I don't know anything about the site or the guy really, except for the fact that his the video is talking about statistics, probabilities, and the fact that succinctly it's this. If you trade religiously trade a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, strictly going off a coin flip, you will be more successful than 80% of retail traders. Wow, huh? That's kind of amazing, isn't it? Well, what do I think about all this now? There's that POC. We're still chugging along over here. That's pretty cool. Let's see something if we can do that. Here's the trade the system took. There's our T1 scale. Let's see what the hell happens up above here. I don't have the profit targets in here. As I said, it draws those green lines all over the place, and it's irritating to me. Sorry. Now, this has not reached the scale up or trail up or whatever area, and maybe won't. Maybe it'll stop. Guess what? Risk neutral. I'll have to think about that. Well, look at I wish I'd have done more work on the statistics about it last night to have actually committed to it for today. But it happens, eh? What's going on now? I don't even know. We got the stream going. How do you do? Welcome. Thumbs up. Subscribe, send money, you know, whatever works. My wife is torturing me with the smell of breakfast cooking out there. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut over here, but you know, I tend to stick pretty close to the reservation when I'm in the trade, and it doesn't. Ooh, somebody said something at 10 o'clock. Look at that. Ooh, and how close did that come to a stop out? And maybe will. What the hell was that for? Who said what? Who did what? Something happened. I don't do any typical news stuff. I don't watch any social media. I use those two news sources that I talk about in the stream, and that's enough to keep me confused. I'm gonna try to see what the hell is going on here. What is this all about? Oh, wrong browser. Oops. What happened? Oh, this could be something to do with, oh, Christ, 10:30 cabinet meeting. Oh, see, that's a new one that just got thrown in there? That wasn't there before. Thank you very much for the UCR heads up here, Mr. Financial Juice. Oh, okay. Well, that was a knuckle biter, huh? Oh, shit. Sorry, I was on the wrong window. Oh, never mind. I guess you probably figured out I'm not a professional influencer or YouTube wizard over here, so. Sorry. I try to make as nice a product as I can. And, yeah. My office is completely quiet. I don't hear the music at all. I just put it on because I think it might be nice for those of you who are kind enough to come follow in here. And I hope that there's something that can be taken away from all this. Now we come to the point where I start scratching my ass. Should I be doing that scale as I have vetted last night? So if I followed that back test, I would now be trailed to T1. And you see a little brown line there. That would be right there. That back test says, and remember that I tested at 16 ticks, 14 ticks, 12 ticks. And it says that the 12 tick one, it kept getting better. I don't want to jump off the system here because I'm kind of enjoying watching this happen. But here we go, Mr. Tradley over here. Now, if you do the math, this is 3 to 5 ticks, right? Below the IB. So if you see where this entry is, you can see how close that came to that stop, which we already know, but there you go. Now it would be, there would have been pretty close to this, to the T2 had I scaled, or the trailing stop had I trailed it up. there would have been out. Now I could go back and get a scratch. You don't know. And especially with all this random crap going on in DC, the unidentified UCR, I'm going to call it that going forward. Unidentified, unplanned critical risk. Or PCR, political critical risk. Nah, that's what I mean to say. I don't know. I wish I'd have had. I will not make a change to the trade plan in the trading day unless it's pre-discussed and set in the in the pre-market, which is normal. One thing I'm sick of, and the reason I'm backtesting these different things is that right there. Okay? It comes back right and blows back right into your face after being substantially in the money. Nope. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it. But that's, it happens, right? And there you go. Now, because of my entry location being a little bit different with, the old guy clicks the button over here, the trade system is not stopped out yet. Huh? Clever, isn't it? Which is even more irritating. But that's the fact, right? This is still going. We do not have T2 stop out around here any place. Then I can tell you exactly why it is. You see how close we got? Oh, there it is. There it was stopped right there. Yeah. Just below that line, that's the stop. So that is also a scratch. Let me point something out about this indicator, which is what this is called, these lines and stuff. This was programmed by Chad a long time ago when IRT when they were only working on one target. So you notice down here that it says minus 12 ticks. Well, we all know that it's flat because we had positive 12 ticks, minus 12 ticks. That's zero. This indicator doesn't properly sum or total the results of any multiple targets. I don't care. I know what it is, It's not a big deal, but if you think you're going to get if you think that you spotted something wrong, that's exactly what it is. And if that bothers you, then don't look. Well, there we go. One trade in, one up and down, risk neutral, scratch. Should I? So what would have happened here is that right here, we would have had more than enough to justify the trailing stop to T1. And that would have locked in a 1-to-1 risk reward, or 30 points, $30, 24 ticks, depending on, whatever instrument you're trading. And this is now going to be me stay a long ways away from this with a testifying Fed and a cabinet meeting. That's an uncontrolled, unidentified risk as far as I'm concerned. And we're not going to get another signal anytime quick, I don't think. Oh, here's an A. Maybe we'll get a B, and then who knows? What am I watching? Okay, this will be a B if it closes within the zone here. There's our A. Again, lots of A's today. That's interesting. Notice how the... No, I was going to say something stupid. Never mind. Now, for a signal to the downside, what we're going to need to have is a close in here, and then up to the trigger, and then short. Short. It's kind of, it would be a marginal, again, I would think I wouldn't have too high expectations for it. And it's too late now anyway, so. Because of where we are with all the levels and zones, right? And it could be beautiful, it could just fall out the bottom, who the hell knows. My wife and her breakfast torture here are eating a hole in me. So, there we go. There you have it. From 1A to Z there, boys and girls. One complete signal trigger in real time, taken by the session, taken by the system, graphed out here in the simulated IRT, taken as quickly as I could right here, manually in Bookmap on a live AMP funded trading account, real money. God damn, I forgot to look over here. I'm so busy thinking about the trade and stuff. I forgot to look at the it's pretty, I mean, I'm trading 2 lots here, right? So it's pretty tough to watch 2 lots happen in the live market. Close to the, right, close to the spread, because you can see how fast those contracts are jumping around there. And size. Damn it. Well, there you go. Okay. Now this is all fun and everything, but it's getting kind of, I need to be making money here. So I need to take this to the next level because this is my business. And this is all well and good. And if I were making a bundle of money off of YouTube, then this would be something that I could, carry on as an intellectual exercise, but that's not the case. And we're coming into the IB low now, which again, remember we had down here, and had we gotten a B down here and taken it up, wouldn't that have been lovely? Set before the king. Speaking of the king, wonder what those guys are talking about. Jesus, this is pretty scary here. Bottom of the hour, we've got we got that. Ooh, did we get it? Yeah, we got another A. Okay, A to the bottom. A to the downside, baby. Let's see what we're going to get now. Wouldn't that have been a lovely sell-off to be part of? Yes, it would. Now we don't have an A. Now we have an A. Now we don't. Now we do, now we don't. I don't like these signals I don't like breakout trades necessarily, personally. And I don't like these breakout or continuation signals at the extremes when we're in a mean reversion kind of a day. I don't think that makes sense. I'm standing here trying to figure out how to go about coding that into my rules. I'm not going to do anything differently today, obviously, but I need to think about how I'm going to do that into the rules. More of an idea of context, you know. Don't know. That's where being a clever guy to help. BPOC migration lower. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No A, no pullback, nobody left on third. This is where your discretion, spidey senses could take over and you could, quick like a bunny, override what you're doing. Is there a B? Shall we trade it? Nope. There's no way. This A didn't set up. There was a start. If this would have closed below, that would have been an A. This would have been a B if it closed up here, and we'd have had a signal, and away we go. No. Would have been a continuation, or pullback, sorry. Forgot I was looking at the IB low now. Football. Football. Is there, I don't know if somebody knows. Never mind. People that post animated GIFs, you know, in Discord or wherever, and then it's funny for the first couple of times, but then after 25 minutes of watching the same thing happen. Is there a way to turn that off on your end as a watcher? I don't know. I don't know how to do that myself. Maybe it's just that. No, that didn't do it either. Now we could get an A if this trades down below it and closes down here because we have a low, our previous to the signal bar is incorrect sequence. Are they going to take this? If this just needs to close below that B, otherwise it's never going to work. I think. There we go. Close down there, you lying dogs. Then we'll need a B, and then we'll need a trigger. This is where I need to have my bars back out here. Candlestick guys back out here again. So we didn't get our A, and we don't have another one. And we got 2 candles before we can get one. This needed to close down here. Then this could have traded in and been a B, and then the trigger, and then short we go. High over the Dario. But we don't have it.
The IB low is taken.
And I stick to the rules. Unfortunately, there's the B. I'm so sick of this GIF, I'm actually gonna turn off the damn. I'm gonna minimize that static over there. It's driving me nuts. Again, no, that won't work either. Now we could do it. Now this could be an A. Again, there you go. So we're on 1 minute. Damn, close down there. Come on, girls. I want to trade, can you tell? Better get down there and close or we're not going to have an A. And that's what's going to happen. Yep. No way. No way today, baby. Bookmap. Just those 1 minute candles to give me some idea about 1 minute. I'm dying to go out there and see what kind of fantastical treats my sweetie pie dreamed up. Well, we could try another A here. Not now, but, you know, after the next bar. And I need to point out that all of these signals and rules and all this kind of stuff is just what I came up with. 100% that.
Hey, the IB low is
No A, and here's the B. Isn't that a shame? What does that tell you about the market? I don't know. It tells me not to change the damn rules. Because that's a FOMO-y kind of thing. That's a monkey boy talking. And now we're way off base here. Oh, I'm going to go look at what's going on in the... Oh, and disappointing when that thing happens, isn't it? God damn. Disappointing. Well, this is a real disappointing turn of events, eh? Wouldn't that be lovely? So I'm guessing that the banker in the cabinet meeting isn't going as planned. I guess. I don't know. Wow. Well, by golly. Had this A stuck here, we would have a pullback, we'd have a continuation and a trigger and adios amigos. Wouldn't that be great? I think so. And that's trading, you know, that's the magic of trading. Me standing there wishing it happened or thinking it would be great is, you know, what's the old saying? Wish in one hand and crap in the other and see which one fills up first. Looks to me like, oh no, there we go. Yeah, this is a ways away before Signalville for me now. I'm gonna grab my breakfast. Oh, that's just magic. Doggone it. These are the times when, you know, your monkey boy can come out and ruin your world. And that, I guess I should mention. Monkey boy. Well, your monkey mind. Obviously, humans have been evolving for a long time. And the things that served us very well in history don't in the trading business. You know, FOMO, desire to be right, risk aversion. Back in the day, that was pretty handy. You know, if you saw the grass wiggling in the jungle, you jumped behind a tree, you probably survived. You went over and kicked the grass, you ended up lunch. You didn't pass on your genes, therefore selective adaptation, selective breeding, and we end up with the hardwiring we have, which is all that stuff built into us, you know, revenge trading, FOMO, risk aversion, all that stuff. Desire to be right being one of the big ones. Confirmation bias, being able to see patterns whether they exist or not. Look at this damn thing sell off. Ugh. So frustrating. Those are all what I refer to as monkey boy, monkey mind, right? FOMO, hide, whatever term you hear or you like or you use for that thing that gets you to break your rules, move your stop, do all that kind of stuff. That's what I refer to as monkey boy, and you're never, ever going to eliminate them from who you are. That's a reality you need to get your head around and come to peace with. What you can do, and what I try to do, is be continually aware of the here and now and aware of those feelings. If I feel adrenaline or FOMO or whatever like that, I make sure I address it, recognize that it's happening, and try not to react to it or execute from it. And that's where most people end up in trouble. And they're you know, they're aided and abetted by it with trading platforms that have a button for chase, for Christ's sake. Reverse. Oh, that's a good idea for overtraders. Obviously, what they want you to do is blow up, keep doing prop accounts or paying commissions. But from our point of view of trying to develop a statistically significant business, those are not good things. When I talk about monkey boy, that's what I mean. FOMO, probably one of the bigger ones. Desire to be right's a big one for a lot of people that are used to being right. Mathematicians, you know, more scientifically oriented people or whatever, you know, that are used to a process and A plus B equal, you know, if I do A and B equals C, then why didn't, that's what I'm going to do. That kind of thing. Well, there's my scratch-a-rooney. Now, if I was a rearview mirror guy, oh, well, I knew this was going to happen, and I shorted it right there, and already a big star down here. 50 handles later, 40 handles later. And yeah, if somebody was trading mean reversion and had a vetted setup for that and took this trade up and took this trade down, boy, oh boy, wouldn't you be a happy guy or gal, trader, a happy trader. Absolutely. But that's not one of my vetted setups. I am going to be real vigilant tonight about this afternoon, tonight in my homework stuff to identify this strict rules around this trailing stop. So there's that. Okay. Well, we've got Blue Boy. We've got a 2.5 points over here on the scalometer. Let's see if we can get it up to 1. I don't know if we can. There we go. Pretty close though. The minute they run into the range like this, it gets all sniggered. Mishniggered, whatever. I can't say Yiddish word. I can't ever remember. Screwed up, I think is what it means. My thinking behind these trailing stop and stuff, the next step in that thought process is how do you trade manage? Let's just assume that that I'm an internet wizard and I got short right here. How do you manage that trade? How do you manage it from blowing back in your face? Yesterday was a good example of that with me. Blew back to a scratch. One conventional wisdom is that you trail up behind each swing high in the case of a downtrend, or below each swing low. What I need to figure out how to do is get that coded into my backtesting. And that's what I don't know. I mean, I know how to do the one-time maneuver with the stop, but how to continue that on, I don't know. ATR, follow a moving average, which I don't ever use, but hey, if it works, why not? Or whatever it takes. Something now that I discovered over the weekend can be done with Bookmap. No trades on the horizon, so I'll talk about it again. Multi-brackets, everybody knows. I've gone through how to set up, all that stuff. You've seen it in action. Now, one other thing you can do, which I discovered over the weekend, only on replay, mind you, so yet to be tested, Execution Pro. Used in conjunction with multi-brackets, will trail your stop by a specific, after it gets to, there's a trigger, and then after it gets so far, what's the trail? And it'll, 10 ticks, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, whatever the hell it is. And it works in conjunction, it seems to, I haven't tried it in the live market, but it, I figure if it works in replay, it's got to work. What's the difference, right? It doesn't know where the data's coming from. It just knows what to do. And I have an example of that, I think, somewhere. Yeah, there you go. So here's multi-brackets. Replay, shmeplay, multi-bracket, enter, T1, T2, based on the Execution Pro at this level, up to, and trails, continues to trail. Kind of cute, huh? There's a better one, I think. Yeah, this is one where the first one I didn't know how to set it up properly. So this one I had set at so many ticks above T1, or from entry is how it works. It scales, it trails to T1. So now you've locked in 24 ticks. And then it follows price by whatever until it gets here and just stopped out. So that's the next one to try. I don't know how to backtest that one either, because obviously that's a Bookmap thing, and I've got to figure out how to do that trailing hootenanny with IRT. Cool. Well, there we are. I'm pretty happy about all of this. I'm not happy about the outcome. Hey, one trade out of thousands. Boop. It's probably worth talking about here that
Hey, the IB low is taken.
if you haven't understood or whatever, if you're, a visitor here at the stream, for me personally, the further I can get myself away, my trading away from discretionary stuff, my feeling now is the better I will be. I will always keep the discretion of, for example, let's pretend that you're in let's pretend price went on here. And I saw that there's VPOC was up here. I can move my T2 up to a tick or two below that to increase my profit, let my winner run. That would be discretion. Well, I don't plan to ever. I don't think that's a bad thing, and we'll never plan to do something about it. Moving your stop away from target, from your entry, that's not discretion, that's stupidity. That's the worst thing I think you can do, actually. And that's one of the most insidious problems that humans have with Monkey Boy is we always remember the good stuff. You'll remember the one time you moved your stop down here and you didn't get taken out and, it went up here, whatever it is. And you'll forget all the times that you moved your stop an extra 5 or 10 ticks or 10 handles and you got clobbered. It costs you twice as much. That's the way it works. No trades here, boys and girls. Anybody that had mean reversion stuff going on or, vetted is just happier than a pig in the mud. I see a discrepancy in IRT and Bookmap data. Have a look here. POC. This is driven by Bookmap. 680, 677. Clearly, that's the highest volume of the entire RTH session. It was up here at 76.99. IRT is still clearly up here. The POC is still clearly up here, and it has not migrated down, as happened with Bookmap over here. So what the hell is that? How does that work? God damn. There's a million things to keep your finger on here. My problem is the minute I see some sort of thing like that, I wonder, okay, that's obvious, but now, and it's not really that important probably, but what else is not right? Know what I mean? And I don't know how. I think I can turn on values in Bookmap or in IRTs to see what these values really are in terms of volume. But I'm going to press on here at this point. Well, I sure hope you were doing mean reversion trades and you got that short. Well, the long before it, but yeah, that's great. Remember, this is UCR time, right? They're having a cabinet meeting or whatever. I'm sure that's talk about risk potential. Of course, the minute I turn off the candlesticks and stuff, it decides to trade up towards the IB again. Not insinuating we're going to get a signal, but you know. Anticipating, baby, anticipating. Okay. I mean, if you're looking at this from a different point of view, what did we do? Well, lower highs, lower lows, V bottom reversal, higher lows, higher highs, consolidation, a Wyckoff, something or another, fair value, something else, you know, I can't. I think I'm better off just being data driven and probabilities. We'll see what happens from there.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
So what do I suppose is happening now? Looks to me like the context is down. We were rotational and then we've extended lower. We got that taper at the top I was worried about, mentioned, pointed out, and then kaboom. Are we going to get up here and get another signal? I have no idea. If we do, I'll take it. Simple as that. I'm going to go water up here, so usually something good happens when I go away. All right, what happened? Everybody rich while I was gone? Let's check. No. Guys, I can't trust you to do anything.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
If we continue in this vein, we will have a initial balance or an A signal, which would be kind of cool. Get up there and bang into that VPOC and mid and full session VWAP and whatever else. Now, this doesn't make any sense to me. It says it's taken another trade. And I'm missing the B's here on the signals. Oh, wait a
The IB
second.
low is
What
taken.
a dummy. Okay. Yeah, it's my fault, and I missed that son of a bitch. If it gets up there, I'll shoot it. I'll hit it, and then I'll talk about it. I'll talk about when in a minute. Come on, back up one more time. Give me another shot. Boy, I talk about asleep at the wheel. Good song, but it's a bad way to be if you're trading. Ah,
The
damn
IB
it.
low is taken.
Boy, that's frustrating. I'm going to put a resting order right here at the trigger and see if we get it.
Order submitted.
And I'll explain what happened in a minute. And whether we get spanked or not, But I'll point out that the system is already risk neutral scale. God darn it. I'm walking around getting bottles of water and who knows what, and the damn thing is, and I'm missing the whole point. That's really dumb. Embarrassingly dumb. Embarrassingly so. Come on, get up there and snap it one more time. Better have some more arugula here. Now, is this going to be too late to the party? That's the big question. A, will I get taken into a trade? And B, is it going to be too late? Too late. Here's the trade. Entry already scaled. Really maximum stupid. And I'm going, where's the B? Where's the B? Well, what does this look like right here? And there's the A. Yeah. Not my finest hour on that one, eh?
Hey,
And
the IB low is
probably not going to get another chance, and I am certainly not going to FOMO or chase. So there we are. I don't know what that's all about, but okay. Wow, my goodness, that is just freaking disappointing. I don't know what to say about that other than oops. You can't let your guard down or your focus for a minute. And I knew that. I know that. And, you know, saying it and doing it are two different things. Will we get another opportunity? Maybe. Maybe not. Or maybe this is just one more in the succession of higher highs, higher lows. Up there someplace. The key point of this is it's within these rotations that's where the profit's living. Or at least the risk neutral scale. And then it's helmet and feet up, baby. Man, that's really annoying. FOMO, 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 monkey boy, monkey boy. Monkey boy alert. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I need to figure out which one of these push buttons is monkey boy alert. Is this it? No, that's not it. I don't know what that was. Never mind. I'm looking at the sound effects buttons on my mixer here. Useless. Boy, that's disappointing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I wish I knew how to get IRT to talk to Bookmap as far as these signals go and trade the damn thing. Bookmap started life apparently as an algorithm, an algo trading outfit. And I guess they figured out that they could make as much or more money selling the thing or renting the thing to people, other people, to traders, I guess. Maybe they do both still, I don't know. Knowing that outfit, they probably front run against the traders. They probably have everybody's trading stuff coming through their data system and they're front running it. Nothing would surprise me anymore. With the ability of systems, pretty much anything's a possibility. Well, 2 more ticks and it would be T2. Now that I missed that opportunity, comes the my monkey boy or my mind comes in and says, well, how many times can you drink from the well? What if it goes back up there? would I take another one? Would I take it again? Even though I'm in a trade, a signal trade, I'm in a trade, the system is profitable with it. The entry, risk neutral scale, couple more ticks and it's a T2. Golly, that's frustrating. And, you know, we're approaching the noon hour and the random risk band is in their second set, their third set probably over there. You know. Sounds like the neighbor's weed whacking or blowing or doing something over here. Only about 40, 44, 45. Still in the tens, I guess. Oh, this is pretty darn disappointing. Oh, yeah. And the trade on the book over here in the system now, this is where the trail up would have scaled up to here. Had I, you know, made that election from here, you know. Yeah. Gets a bit weary, you know, just backtesting and what ifing and all those kind of things. But it's the only way I know to do this systematically and intelligently. It's like chasing a short in a wiring, you know. You don't go change a whole bunch of different things. You change one. And then you see if that did something. Now we're going to come back up here again and be back in the trigger area for the A and the B. I don't know how to think about that now. I don't know how to think about missing a trade. I never thought about that before, to be honest with you. At this point, it's kind of, I would be suspicious that they were going to not take another run at it and then push it through. But that's just me thinking out loud, eh? We're going to give refunds out of the tariffs. I believe in the near future you won't have income tax to pay. Jesus, Christopher Christ. And he thinks he's going to fund the government with tariffs. I wonder if they really believe that people don't understand tariffs are a tax. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. And I can only go on what I understand. Now I have to do a real soul search here. Am I going to enter this trade? Short? Am I going to, what am I going to do? If assuming that it comes up and gets into the trigger zone again. And it looks like it's going here pretty quick. Okay, there we are. There's a short. Now it's that's probably too quick, but hey. Yeah, that's 2. Okay. Okay. At least I'm being consistent with the signals. That's the point. This is about proving something, not, that's why I'm trading, that's why I'm trading micros. And poor trade placement, I might add, because look where the stop is, right below. Fortunately, it's above the POC, but not a very, opportune spot to be. I don't move my stop away from entry, so this could be a painful experience here pretty quick, but you never know. One never knows. I guess they didn't think that no income tax and getting all your money back was a real deal. I don't know. Here's why I don't think the possibility of this is a good idea, because we tested it before and now we're pulled back and now we're coming back up again. That's highly unlikely to have a positive outcome, but you never know. You never know. There we go. Stop. Wait a minute. I don't know what to do about that. I just have to take the signals, I guess. Now, had I not missed it, oh no, that one stopped out as well. I don't know what's going on here now as far as signals go. I don't have signals plotting on the system because it was in a position. Now, as far as the signals on the chart, I don't have any A's going on there. B, but and a stop over here. So frustrating. And, after the trade, out of the trade, a million things to think about. Well, do I put a rule in the trade plan tonight that says if I miss a setup like that, I stop until I wait till it's over, or, who the hell knows? Here comes that. We're going to give everybody their money back and tax-free and all that shit. I guess is all that can be derived from that. No signal up here. I think the overriding rule when Trump is, or one of those guys is talking, absolutely no trade. That's just, I think that'll be the overriding rule. If you're in a trade already, okay. But if you're not, well then, like, for example, very definitely should not have entered this trade. And this is that, random risk. So I broke my own rule essentially, which I've already thought and talked about before, but I was going on signals without really thinking, I guess you could say. So it's not a change to the rules. That's just a rule. Recognition of not following a rule. And here's a V, whatever, V reversal. Rod and everybody is jumping all over that, I think, probably. Short. So the trading system is scratch, 2 for scratch. Me executing the trading system is scratch and down 1 full stop. A damn computer smarter than I am. Hmm. 3-bar reversal. Oh, wow, sorry. Yeah, that was a real, I guess that might have been a monkey boy deal. Was that an extension of FOMO? Seeing that stuff that wasn't really there. It was really there, however, so I guess I can't bitch about it too much. I took the signal. Not in conjunction with the system because it was already in a trade, which I had missed, and which was risk neutral, by the way. What's going on with volume? I bet it's light. 70%. 70% of average at this time of day. 3 points ATR on a 1 minute candle. Light is not good. Light volume is higher volatility and easier for these guys to jam stuff around, push things around, I believe. Well, now what are they going to do? What am I going to do? It's fast approaching nap 30 here, I'll tell you. Yeah, look at this thing being shoved around here. Dummy. That was a dumb move of me to get involved. So that rule was in place and I didn't observe it. That's an error. When random risk band is on the stage, when the UCR is active, I'm not trading. Oh, squats and dumbbells there. Ooh. Well, let's see. What are we going to do now? We're giving away free money or what? Giving away the keys to the new ballroom? What? Something happening. It's got them all excited. Yeah. I wonder how long this Agent Orange, that's what Richard calls him. I think that's so funny. The Great Pumpkin, whatever. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to give away free money. We're going to New Orleans and take over New Orleans, and we're going to do something to Ukraine, and what else? EGSAF says we've only begun going after narco terrorist boats. How do they know a handful of guys going out fishing? You know, they just blow them up and hope for the best, I guess. That's the weirdest goddamn thing. I spent a lot of time sailing and traveling around the Caribbean, and I can promise you, those countries have got, you know, boatloads of guys going out fishing and zooming around all over the place. And how is it ours? How do we have the right to go into somebody else's water and kill people? I really don't get that in this whole thing. I can assure you of one thing. Nobody asked me. Thank God for that. Oh boy. Well, they're going to the moon over here. Going to the moon. Okie dokie. Now we're back up here to where IRT says the point of control is. Not the case with Bookmap, but maybe I need to download the data again or do something to it. I don't know. You see the POC here? 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 But Bookmap's got it down here. And by almost 2,000 contracts, 1,500 contracts. 76.99, and this is 91.5, 91.51. Yeah. I don't know what'll happen to the system and stuff if I download the data. I have no idea, to be honest with you. I have no idea. Oh, yeah, 11:30 now. Welcome to the stream. Smack a like and a thumbs up and, a bunch of stuff like that. Subscribe. 2 trades, 1 scratch, 1 stop. Kind of got out of sync with the system. I'm trying to figure out how to deal with all of that as I've been talking about it. I basically violated my rule of entering into a trade when there's a potential for just for this right here. Some random statement by, in this case, it's a cabinet meeting. Absolutely not anymore. And here was a scratch. Again, it was a continuation trade based on the signal, but can only take the signals, right? Of which I have none up here now. See the two trades taken by the system here today, both of which are both of which were continuation trades, and both of which came back to scratch. Both of which had the T1 scratch on T2. And that's not surprising to me because it's a rotational day. That would suggest mean reversion trade or IB failure. So I'm trying to stand here figuring out why in the hell. Well, I know. I mean, it took the trade because of the signals as the system is built. But what might I do to streamline that or something? I don't know. Qualify it differently. Well, what's this noise now? He said something else, and he said something else. Interesting to me that we're blowing up boats and killing people with no due process or proof of any kind because they're narco-terrorists. And they're just the little low-life guys that get paid nothing if they are in fact smugglers to drive a boat, having nothing to do with producing the drugs or the warehouse or the guy making all the money. I find that pretty weird. And using the United States Navy's resources to do that. And then on the other hand, yesterday, apparently he's going to release or, pardon the president of Nicaragua who had, I think it was Nicaragua, who was convicted of murder and smuggling more cocaine into America than the CIA. I mean, I don't really get it. I find that pretty weird. Juxtaposition or just doesn't make any sense to me. I assume I don't understand some part of the picture, but it's just looking at the headlines and reading what kind of news you can get from Ground News or someplace that's not, one of these sensationalist, goofy places. Weird. Really weird. But hey, one thing you can be sure of, nobody is going to ask my opinion. That's something you can take to the bank. Now in theory, with the chart signals here, we could have a mean reversion, a long trade down here. If you go clear back to this A, notice there was no B and no trigger, no signal, no taken. Here's the B, come down here to the trigger. That would, in theory, signal up here. Now the system will not do, sorry. If you look at this A and there's no B's on the upside, still here. And then there's a trigger over here. But the system itself won't, how to say this? The system puts a trade on, puts two contracts, takes one stop, takes one target, takes one stop. However you want to approach it, it is now flat right here. The signals, A, B, C, as far as the system are concerned, are reset. So this A, this B, all of them are reset. are not applicable. We would need to come through the IB again, and then on and on and on. And I'm going to not take trades like I did with over here based on the signals, and, you know, which I took a stop and got spanked. Case raw. Until the new rule, hold me to it, unless I have an entry. A signal entry, trading system entry, let me put it that way. I think that's a good idea, and no trades whatsoever. Now, the system has no clue, you know, if we're in World War V or Trump is, you know, resigned or whatever. No, nothing. This system looks at this computer, looks at these 40, whatever it is, something rules, evaluates each one of them every 1 minute. Period. I could put a, you know, a caveat in there or a rule that if someone is speaking, which I would have to do manually with a push button or something, because I don't know how to code up one to the other, you know. I'm not algo boy or quant boy. You could do that. But, yeah, that's the way it is. And this is what I use to backtest, and this is how I get my statistics, which are right there. These are, each one of these represents a backtest over 488 days. This is November, back again to the 482s over here. So, that's just the only way I know to do it. This is, let me rephrase that. This is the way I understand the system is approached by the most successful traders in the world and hedge funds. And so I figure, and I might add casinos, because this is the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of the casino. I believe that all those people are at least as or more than likely smarter than I am. Maybe not smarter one-on-one, but, you know, Renaissance Technology has got two office suites full of PhDs in physics and computer science and math, all working on their model for algo trading. So, yeah, you know what I mean? Goldman Sachs says, Jesus Christ, I don't know how many traders on the desk and the floors, hundreds. And each one of the traders is backed by a fleet. I'm told, this is all hearsay, okay, is backed by a fleet of quants and programmers and back office people building the stuff these guys want. And here we are, you know, this, you talk about competing in a top tier, top flight competition. This is it. That's why it's so important to be rested and healthy and hydrated and not on tilt. And I actually didn't sleep very well last night. Last time I looked at the clock's like 1 in the morning. Up at 6 or a little before. That's not enough hours for me. I'm kind of breaking another one of my rules, being a little trading when unrested. But had I just followed my system as it traded, I would be flat. But I would have had only 2 trades. Instead, I thought I could be creative and catch up. And I got ketchup shoved right up my butt, right over here. This is where the system entered. I was late and I put it here. It never came back. T1, down to here. Didn't make it to T2. And came back up to scratch. And here it came up to spank the old guy. Step, touch, twirl the girl, you know. That's cowboy dancing for you. Streaking at the beacon, man, oh man. Ringling, Montana. And I grew up on a cattle ranch and cattle and horses in Montana. Real interesting time to grow up. And a real interesting place and time to grow up. Experience that's lost and gone forever. In America, anyway. There may be some other countries that are developing 60 years behind us that are in that same mode. I don't know. I feel real fortunate about it, but my only regret is that I was not born rich instead of so damn good looking. You know? Oh, now come on, girls. Do something here. Go up, go down. It's noon, yeah. And of course, the minute I go out for a walk, which I'm probably going to do because yesterday was nasty and rainy and stinky, and today it's at least sunny, a little warmer. Some fresh air and rest my eyes and all that kind of stuff, even though I'd like to just go shower and jump in bed for a nap. I know. I'll shower, jump in bed, take a nap, and dream about going out walking. Maybe that'll work. Well, you know, this is trading, unfortunately, as far as how I know professional trading as a business is. Which I guess I could put that down, by the way. So I've talked about it a lot here today, and I do try to do that every day to reinforce in my mind, of course. One word about that I don't think about a lot. I firmly believe that your subconscious mind, has a tremendous amount of power to form who you are, what you do, shape things that happen around you. And I also firmly believe that it listens and manifests what you tell it. Specifically, what you tell it out loud. I'm stupid. I'm a loser. I overtrade. I can't manage my psychology. It's going to go, oh, okay, we're dumber than shit, and I'm going to overtrade. Thank you. You know, that's what I believe. So continually, a lot of what I'm doing here is, in my way, positive affirmation is into the way I want to be and how I want things to happen here. So I approach trading as a business, not as a video game or gambling or guessing or hunching. I approach it as a business of statistics and probabilities, which you probably figured out by my incessant talking about those two things, but I think it's important. The way you do that, again, not some epiphany I had, but the methodology realized and adopted by all those top, most successful hedge funds and traders in the world, down to the successful guys that we trade with every day. Rod, Tom B, Ned, those people, Garrett, whatever, whoever. They have all come to recognize and follow the same methodology. It's a random environment. Stop and think about it. Millions of participants are expressing whatever their interest or desire or feeling or whatever you want to call it every second of the day in the market, not to mention the algos and everybody else. How do you imagine you're going to predict where the market's going to go? You can't. You can anticipate where it might go. And by the way, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. This is a binary event. This is a coin flip right here. Can only go up, can only go down. period. Horizontal movement is put on by us traders in the form of time. So what they do, and I buy into the idea, is to identify a pattern with specific criteria that, when all is satisfied, it validates an entry in that. And you capture as many samples of that or occurrences of that data, that trade, setup, whatever you want to call it, so that you have enough to be a statistically significant data set outside the possibility of random distribution or variance, and determine mathematically, statistically, does this thing have an edge or not, or expectancy or not? Should I expect, if it's a positive expectancy, all those things add up to the possibility, to the positive expectancy that you should make X every time you enter a trade, knowing full well that there will be losers and winners, because there is no expectancy or trade setup that I've ever heard of that's 100% win rate, unless it's one trade for one day. You know, I'm talking about over a large data set. Once you've identified that statistic and that trade and those setup, then your job as a trader during the live market is to take it every time it shows up. Notice how I take every trade every time the system fires, except for today when I stepped on my dick, and you have my free approval to call me Sprinkler Dick from now on. Fortunately, I didn't have golf shoes on. So, yeah, you know, that's right here. That's how I believe you approach trading as a statistical business. And then once you've done all those things, and in the live market, you take every instance that presents itself over a large enough sample size, the expectancy will manifest whatever that percentage is to your account. It's the exact same model as a casino. They play no game on the casino floor, which they have not pre-identified an expectancy or an edge, a percentage, whatever you want to call it. They put the game on the floor, and their only mission in life is to play the game as many times as they can in 24 hours. That's why you don't see pit boss freaking out, the dealer jumping all around. They're just next. Let's get that over with. Get this guy a drink. We got to deal the hand again. Now we have an A to the bottom side. So excited. I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control and I just can't fight it. So we did get an A. Will we get a B? Will we get a system trigger here, which I will take? Ugh. Am I breaking a rule? Are these idiots, are these people through? I'm kind of torn between the devil and the deep blue sea here well, we don't have a B yet, so let's quickly look at the news. Where am I? Browser am I using? There we go. Well, this is irritating. Are they through talking? Thanks, C, for soybean purchase. Pause and blah, blah, blah. Oh, shit, they're still going. Man. Well, we don't have an A. We don't have a B. And, of course, we don't have a trigger. This is a real tough decision for me here, because I just got through saying I need to make a rule that I won't trade when these guys are on the floor. I'm assuming that they're still on the floor. Here's our B. If it sticks, it would then be followed by a trigger. I don't know what to do, man.
Hey, the IB low
I don't know
is
what to
taken.
think here at this moment, to be absolutely honest with you. So we have an A and a B, and what we need is a trigger, which we don't
The
have.
IB low
That
is
would
taken.
be price. Where are you? That would be price trading up to here and short. I don't know. Well, we didn't get the trigger and they're running away with it. Remember that these are 1 minute bars just for the sake of me being able to see what the sequence is. And this bar, this candle, is driven by this data from here to here. What do we got happening here now? Well, nothing yet. Oh, well, we're a long way from anything happening. We're a long way from the trigger. So, bummer. I won't have to decide if I'm what I'm gonna do. This is one time when I wish I had a real current feed of some sort. Like, I don't know if those guys are through jabbering in DC or not. You know, that's that could be a pretty important thing to know. Now, it doesn't matter really because we're running away from it. The signal was pullback zone. Where Mr. Mouse go? Come on, Getty. Don't be hiding. Pullback zone. This is the B. A. B. We need the trigger. And then wouldn't this be lovely? 10 handles. 11, 12. There's the full 2 point T1, T2. And here we come back down to, guess what? What was this, boys and girls? I've taken the lines off, but anyway, this is settlement, and this was overnight low or something, and value area lows below us, and they're falling out of bed hard. Yeah, timing's everything. The joy of trading. I have to decide how I'm going to handle this. What the hell is this? I'm guessing they're still talking. If you're watching this. Again, these are just 1 minute candlesticks because I couldn't figure out another way to do this on Bookmap. to see the 1 minute breaks. I didn't want to have the 1 minute grid lines all up and down the chart. I wanted it as clean as I can get it. So this works fine for me. And I can tell the direction, what happened first. You know, the sequence of events within the bar, because that's real time. And I don't want to try to watch second data or any of this, you know, tick data, because that just, these feeds have enough trouble keeping up now. And what's going on over here? Look at that. There was our A, here was our B, here's our trigger zone. Remember that these levels are pushed across the book map, and I changed the pricing, the session prices indicator on the heat map to only reflect these zones, so I don't get, so I can have as clean a picture as possible. And that's right here. There's the IB low, there's the pullback, high, trigger, continuation zone, etc. So this trigger, what needs to happen if I were going to say that this trade is an active setup? There's the A, there's the B. This needs to trade up here to the trigger zone, and that would be a valid short. And what I'm thinking is that I want to be I will wait until, rather than me analyze this based on the signals markers over here, which I'll confirm tonight accurately reflect the real signals in the system, because they started out that way, just as copies saved as a signal instead of as something else. But then I changed things, right? I change these markers, and sometimes I do or do not forget to change over here, like B. Is it close within the zone, or does it just penetrate the zone? You know, simple minutia. So I'm thinking at this point that when I see a trade trigger, even though I might be late for it, which did cost me earlier, I guess I can have my mouse ready to go. This is a pain in the ass. Have my mouse ready to go and try it. The real key to the whole thing, of course, would be to figure out myself how to confidently trade this account live with IRT algorithmically. Is that a word? I think so. Another thing to think about, I believe, is that I need to think about. I'm taking these long-winded B bound back up here. I might think this is a potential idea to think about for the rule. When we get here and get the B, is this valid back to here? Or does it need to be within 2 bars, or, you know, something? So it up here and down? I don't know. This is all what if stuff, you know? The what ifs that I normally do for, you know, like stops and targets and that thing is real simple, but changing the signal rules for those what ifs, I need to be real careful about that, because there's 4 rules for every one of these things, you know, basically. And I do not want to corrupt this thing. Getting pretty scary here now. Getting pretty scary for that short. If I see the signal fire on in IRT, I'll fire it manually over here. I guess. That's doesn't make me all warm and fuzzy. Make me warm and fuzzy, that's for sure. Okay, no trade. There's the signal from the signal marker, but there's no trade from the system. I'm going to go with no trade for the system. See what I mean? This would be the signal marker for the AB trigger. But there's nothing for there is no trade from the system. Now maybe it's going to be on bar close, so I'm going to get back over to the entry and see what happens over here to the real system. And if that's the case, that's a bad deal. Because that's put me on my back foot by a couple of points. It's supposed to be, I think, yep, there's this damn short. Now what do I do?
Order
Well,
submitted.
let's see. Oh, bitch, okay.
Submitted.
We got a short now. That's exactly what happened. It went on, fired on bar close. I've got to I've got to address that somehow or another. Well, let's see what happens now. This is almost identical setup or trade positioning to that last stop because of the where the stop is living between the VWAP and the POC. The difference is we just got a risk neutral scale. Now, aren't I a happy guy? Mm-hmm. Will we get some more out of it? Who the hell knows? All right. Come on, Trump, declare war on Minnesota or something. Let's get this show on the road here. Something bad. I want it to go down.
Hey,
I'm
the
going to
IB
grab
low is
a glass
taken.
of something there. So keep an eye on it for me, your boys and girls.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Now, talking about Hyde, very definite, very definitely aware of all those emotions associated with this, this trade and this entry. Absolutely. Now is the time I need to decide, do I trail this mess up? This is exactly what I did yesterday. I trailed up to take a scratch. that isn't, well, it is essentially what I back tested. So when we're up 14, it came down to 12 ticks actually, this is more than that. You scale up to there and you're into it for 1-to-1. And I think I will do so.
Order submitted.
Now it may keep going, in which case I'll be pretty tickled. And it may not. Who the hell knows? We're going into 12 o'clock, which is always a crap time for me. I don't like it. The 12-to-1 hour. Where's a good Trump dump when you need one? This is a real, well, it's Monkey Boy time, and it's also a real, dilemma for me. What to do in these situations. Because you do limit yourself. You limit, this is not letting your winners run. But at this point, I'm also capping my live trade funded money to no loss. And I'll probably scale it up some more so that I get the commission and whatever else factored in there. And I also need to pick up a few bucks because it's the first of the month, right? So there's a charge for this, and it's, oh, God, I remember that. I got to change my rhythmic fee with AMP. I'm looking at the entire CME, and I don't need that. I'm only trading the NASDAQ and the ES. So I don't need to be paying for all that other data, which is 40-something bucks as compared to 12. Not the end of the world, but hey, I'm trying to be as business-like about this as I can. We need to drop through here, right here. You see that? We need to get through 31 under this mid. And then we got settlement and who the hell knows what on the table. I think I'll get around this volume area here and get into this low volume stuff below us. That'd be pretty snazzy. And I could pull up here, bring up a few more, a little more ticks. But not what I want to get down here. I want to get these 60 or 60 ticks. This is also another spot where discretion can come in, as I mentioned earlier somewhere in the stream. Moving your stop to a more expected, better target zone, which is giving you letting your winner run. Now, that may have nothing to do with what's going to happen to me here, but That's also discretion. $12.16. What is that, VWAP? Yeah, RTH VWAP. I don't like that bar. All right, there is a scratch. Oh, one tick. At $1.25, baby. Oh, stupid. But there we are. Now the system isn't out because, and look at that, to the tick, eh? And now watch what happens. Oh, let me do. I don't know. It's 2 days in a row I've done this. I guess it's FOMO. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. The system now is still trading. So let's see what it does. Let's see if Monkey Boy didn't have his be messing around in the works over here, what we end up with. Okay. From an account point of view, I've shot myself in the ass as far as my expectancy and R factor and all that stuff.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
But from a point of view of P&L and money, I'm flat on the day, plus a tick. So that ain't good, but hey, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye. That's a bad way to look at it, though, because this is one trade over thousands, and I have to be rigid, she said, in my trade plan. So, am I upset about this? Not really. I managed it, I think, intelligently. I didn't do anything stupid. I never moved my stop away from entry. I didn't move my T1. I waited until I had achieved the number of ticks required for the backtested
Hey, the
story.
IB low is taken.
And then trailed my stop up. So assuming that I continue with that functionality, with that rule setup that I have, which I could code into the system. By the way, there you go. Is this rationalization and justification? And probably. Yeah, maybe. And I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know what to think about that, actually.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
You know? Here's the best way to think about it, I guess. Here is the day. Monkey Boy, hands off. IB continuation. Risk neutral. Scratch. IB continuation, IB low continuation. Remember, this is a continuation on the upside. This is a continuation from the IB low. Scratch, monkey, T1, risk neutral, scratch. No other trades taken. The third trade of the day, IB continuation short, T1, risk neutral. Who the hell knows what's going to happen next? We'll see. So the outcome of the system trades, Monkey Boy excluded, is exactly what it is
Hey,
at this
the
moment.
IB low is taken.
monkey boy included, and, you know, clawing your way back from a full stop. Stupid. I mean, I don't know, stupid or not, or whether that's a good thing or. I know that I now have to stand here when I don't want to and see if I get another setup at some point, because I need to make money every day. I need to find out if this damn thing is going to work. And I hope I'm on the right track. Maybe I ought to go sneak in there and see if I can snag a kiss off of Mama. You never know. That always makes you feel better. Oh, there you go, Honduras. Sorry about that. I just saw your answer to my question way back at 11:38, Richard. Yeah, Honduras. It's really an amazing. What amazes me more than anything about all the stuff that's going on, we're blowing up and killing people in the name of narco-terrorists. We're putting tariffs all over the world, based in China specifically, with the excuse being fighting drug, fentanyl. And a guy that's been tried, indicted, sentenced to prison for murder and drugs, one of the largest murderers and drug smugglers in the history of the DEA and the Justice Department, and everybody else is going to get pardoned. I'm kind of going, what? I don't really understand it. And I guess the part that I don't understand more than that is all the people that think that whole idea is a great idea is fine. They don't see any problem with that. I guess. The Epstein story. He's going to mess around. You watch and see. He's going to mess around and give that woman, Giselle, whatever her name is, a pardon. Sure as the damn world. A pedophile. A grooming pedophile. Yo, boy. I don't get it. And I don't care if I get it or not, but, it's the country that I was born and raised in, so it has a spot in my heart. I kind of wonder what the hell happened here. I don't get it, but nobody cares what I get, and what I need to do is be successful at this, substantially successful at this, and, we can do it from any place. I had a great life and traded for, 12 years in Kuala Lumpur, no problem. So, there are other places on this planet, Portugal, fantastic place to live and retire, apparently. I've not had the pleasure to visit, but I know people that have. And Antonio here's from there. UK's nice, but they're kind of down on people coming there, and it's expensive. But, I always said long ago, let me think about that, 50 years ago, I would have immigrated to Canada, but they didn't have anywhere warm. And I had grown up in 40 below zero. I was done with that. Now, that was the excitement had worn off. 10 feet of snow and 40 below zero at that point. Well, let's see now. This would have been a butt clincher, eh? Look at where this stop was. Look at where we got within a tick of that. And down we went. Only back to T1. We haven't gone any further, but chances are pretty likely we're going to get down here to T2. That would have been a nail biter, huh? Oh, I have an A. I didn't even see it. And the system is still in the trade. Now, that's a problem for me, which I think I may have mentioned before or not, but the system only takes one trade at a time, obviously. I mean, if that's not obvious, I'm telling you right now. The signal markers are firing, you know, hither, thither, and yon as they do all day long. But if I'm going to only take trades which fire from the system directly to the real-time data, then the system is still in this trade. It did not get stopped out, nor has it gotten close to it, because the stop is actually up here. This is 1 point. Well, this is 1 point. So from here to here is 2 points. And this is 3 points wide. Oh, looky there. IRT finally migrated the POC down. Isn't that something? My. Well, here you go with the VPOC migration now, boys and girls. And I don't know what's going to happen at this point. I don't like ledges like this. Typically, when there's a ledge like this, I don't know how to read them. Sometimes they hold like crazy, and sometimes it's just everybody out the window. I guess that's a function of a random environment. I certainly don't imagine for a million years that this is not going to be taken out. I'll bet you a cup of coffee this T2 from the last trade gets taken out that I scratched out on for the day, but which the system is still in.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Are we rich yet? No, we're not. They can't get it below that, substantially below that mid, huh? The damn ledge. I don't know what to think about that thing. Those things. I'm tired. I think the great one here is liable to go take a shower and explore the infinite possibilities of my leaks in my eyelids. I wonder if
Hey, the IB low is taken.
next year is going to be the year for Main Street. Okay. Checks in the mail and won't come in your mouth. What else? The 3 biggest lies in the world. Where that goes. I want to point out to you, I don't know if you know this, anybody cares, but at least it'll be in the stream. Before his being appointed Treasury Secretary, Besant had a hedge fund, had his own hedge fund, and lost billions of his investors' money, as I understand it. So, you couple him with the president who has gone bankrupt 13 times, including a casino, for Christ's sake. Whew. I'm not sure who ought to be making the business calls, business decisions. And maybe all of that's the thing that puzzles me now, or that doesn't puzzle me, and I don't really worry about it nowadays. Is that crap true? If you read it several places in what used to be considered responsible, journalistic places, I assume that it is. But who the hell knows? Who knows and why do things happen? This story with Bonsalario and is pretty phenomenal when you look at it on the bigger scale, or take a wider view of it. That's pretty amazing, and the similarities are pretty amazing. Well, look at here. Now it's going to break. Sure as hell, it's the noon hour, right? Of course. Of course. And I suppose maybe the cabinet meeting is wrapping up. I don't know. And looking back, don't move your stops. There's the stop. There are 3 penetrations through the POC in the mid, but according to this graph, did not take the stop. And it's now proceeding south. And this is after risk neutral scale. So, I'll say that when I'm vetting these setups and taking all these trades to collect the data, I put the trade on and I don't touch anything. You cannot. Because if you do anything like move the trail list stop up or something, and that's not part of every trade that you put on, then then this particular trade where you did that cannot be included in the data set because you're not comparing apples and apples. I had a conversation this morning with a fella talking about an internet guy that he thinks is great. He has an 88%, an 8 R factor and 40% win rate. I said, man, that's really fantastic. And then a few more questions and it come out. Well, but he doesn't use hard stops, and sometimes he moves his theoretical stop way away from his target, his entry. So what is he doing? He's cherry picking 4 or 5 trades that have those kind of numbers, and everybody thinks that's miraculous. Rearview mirror, internet guru crap. I think, you know, and I won't name names or hurt anybody's feelings, but gee whiz, you know. Screw me once, shame on you. Screw me twice, shame on me. Maybe. What are we doing now? Here's the day. Bam, 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 bam. Light volume, volatility, mean reversion kind of day, right? Rotational. With, didn't think about this lately, 1763. So 50, 47, 48 handle range. The VPOC migration up, down, back and forth, and now we finally got one down. This is the full session though. See how it's kind of a muted yellow compared to the bright yellow here? That's the RTH session. Yeah. Oh, there we are. So this trade on this move right there got to the full target according to this. So there's 48. So scratch, and a full double target with the system. There you have it. What I was saying was, here we are. Blue boys on duty. We're at 1 point high. Here we come to, we're taking out more than our T2 target now. Pretty soon to our to this trade's T2 target on Bookmap, it's already been hit. The system entry's already been hit on IRT because of the advantageous entry location. IRT was entered up here. We entered down here. I entered down here manually. Boot me. So there you go. And I can promise you, I'll be interested to see, I don't know how to do that. I was going to say to replay and see how this data really, I'm going to get back and look at this bar and see what the high was. And I can look down here at my trade data and see what the maximum favorable and adverse excursion was. I find it hard to believe. Well, it's possible one tick. But then, you know, missing the stop by one tick and then going on to tees, that's pretty cool. If you can get that work, that's good to get. Good work if you can get it.
IB low is taken.
Well, let's see here. Are we gonna get another signal? I don't know. I think I'm gonna let well enough alone. Let's see now.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
The 12-to-1 stat is not applicable today because we are not in a out of balance condition. Context is not out of balance. So that's not a thing. I don't know what's going on in oh my goodness gracious. Still going.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Christopher Christ. Wow. Wow, this looks good. Now, I wonder, wow, I hope a reporter says, well, why are you pardoning
The IB low is
this drug dealer? I think the drug thing is an excuse. Like, for example, fentanyl, drugs, excuse to go after Canada and China. This drug story now, excuse to go after Venezuela. I mean, everybody knows that most of the drugs came right through Nicaragua. I mean, Honduras with that idiot that's in prison that's going to be pardoned and still do. It's a hell of a lot easier, just like you said. It's a lot easier on land than it is on water. Absolutely. Believe me. And Venezuela. Here's another thing that I don't think anybody considers, and I'll throw it out there before I leave for a walk. Those drug narco boats. Did you ever look at one of them? It's an open outboard motor boat. This is Venezuela. Do you have any idea how far it is from Venezuela to the American mainland? And what kind of water, international water, other country jurisdictions, how much fuel is required to get there? It's the dumbest thing I ever saw in my life. I mean, just common sense. I've sailed up and down the Caribbean a lot. Believe me, that is the biggest bunch of hocus pocus anybody tried to ever throw out, ever. That's crazy. And one more thing, as I said a minute ago, so 3 or 4 campesinos with no money that get paid $50 to get in a boat and drive someplace. But let's not get the guys who's making the stuff, who's making the money off the stuff, who's selling the stuff in America, who's receiving the stuff, you know? Ridiculous.
The IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. IB low is taken. IB low is taken. The IB low is taken. The IB low is taken.
All right, what happened here? Wow, already the power hour. Mm-hmm. Whew. What a day. What a crazy looking day. I took a third trade here and stopped. Each one, so there's 3 of them straight up with all scratched. And look at the day, huh? Well, I don't feel so bad. All right, so the powerful hourful, huh? Hey, Dan. You must have dropped in just after I walked away. Sorry. Welcome. Yeah, it was a tricky day for me too. I took 3 trades and ended up 1 point up. 1 tick. 1 tick. Right there. Really crazy. So let's look at the hell is that actually even going on? I don't know. Those guys wouldn't shut up in the cabinet room there. I finally gave up. Are they still babbling? Wow, still going at 2 o'clock. Holy smokes. Okay, I don't know what this Trump account thing is, but I figure it can't be good. Here he goes. Oh, he's still talking. Well, there you go. It's URC, huh? Or UCR. Man. All right, well, that's where it is. So we're going to not feel too upset about today. Or I'm certainly not. I traded these trades as taken by the system, except for the one, which I don't know what else to do. I'll continue to evaluate the trading system with the trailing thing, the trailing stop at a certain number of ticks, and then talk about that in the pre-market in the morning on the final decision there. Oh boy. So let's look at the back testing here for a minute. what I do and the way I move forward with vetting these trades is like this. This is the system which I developed to backtest 2 trades associated with the initial balance. There are 2 initial balances, of course. There's the IB high and the IB low. This chart, you know, again, is not connected to the system at all, except that it is a visual representation exactly of the rules, the signals, so that I can confirm that they're happening where they wanted to. Now, today, and what I've been doing this week, is I've been sending the system to the chart right here. And the system is trading on this chart within the IRT simulated account. So it's not pushing these trades automatically or to the live account, which is here where I trade them manually. So if you've been listening to the stream at all today, you watch how I do that. Every trade today was a scratch. No, I'm sorry. There's 2 ticks. There's two targets to both A and B. There's a scratch. There's a scratch, or a break. A scratch, I guess you could call it that. In other words, I take it. The trade is put on by the system. It takes the T1 target, doesn't make it to the T2, which is down here in this case, and then gets stopped. So it's a scratch. So the upshot of this entire day by the system, had the system been trading by itself, would be 2 profit targets or positive 60 ticks, because everything else was a 0, scratched out. Wow. So having decided that this is how I'm going to do it, and landing on the idea that I was going to backtest the initial balance trades, how does that work exactly? Well, simple. First, you create the system. I created the system with each rule. The system in IRT needs to be a little more complex than some other backtesting engines, I suppose. You have to write a specific rule and a system, a code for each step, each trade, each everything. So here is some housekeeping. Here is the initial balance, and you have to have an initial balance statistic for the initial balance high continuation, initial balance high for the failure, of initial balance low continuation, and initial balance low failure. Same way, and then rule 2 here, then the trigger here. Then you have to have how it's going to handle the trade with if it's long, if it's short, end of day, how it's going to take the individual trades, profit targets, etc. Once all those rules are written and working, then you can backtest. And the way to see, graphically how these rules work and how it's trading is right here. Because what I've done, all I've done here is send the chart, this system, to this chart today. And here it is, just taken. And all the computer does is every 1 minute bar, as the bar is being evaluated, it runs through every one of these rules. When they evaluate to plus, it's a Boolean, then there you go. to backtest it then in order to figure out whether you have a positive edge and or an expectancy or not. Well, I'm just looking at the market here. Okay. Or not. You can use it to backtest. And this is the real power of it. Every morning I set this to just 1 day for when it's trading live. Let's make it 488 days. Whoa. 2 contracts, the micros, the session, what reports I want to have produced. Okay, now, how long do you think it would take you as a human, and how accurately you could be if you, first of all, just scroll back through the charts for 488 trading days, determining if you had a trigger and a signal and whether you got T1 and T2 and all that kind of stuff, and then collate that data into an Excel sheet or something. I started that way, and I realized I couldn't do it just with a chart. So I started by building this chart, which visually put forth the rules that I was going to use. And I still couldn't do it, so I ended up going back to and finally succeeding at using the backtest facility of IRT. Well, here's how long it takes the computer to do this. Oh, what's going on here? It took 5 seconds to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar for 482 trading days historically. And that's 213,119 1 minute bars. The net is, oh, by the way, you can put in commissions and it'll do gross net, but for the purposes of this and quickly, I just I do it like this. I leave the commissions off, and that's done right here. You can even put them right there. It does some funny things. It'll change. For example, if there's a commission and you have the setup as I say, the risk neutral TLab package that I have always been trading here on the stream and developed, or there's a 12 tick stop and a 12 tick T1, in any of these places where it would be a scratch, it'd actually be a loss of $1.25 for the commission. So you have to figure that part out, and rather than work out some sort of a formula that compensates for that, so that a scratch is really a scratch, what I take the commissions under consideration on another tool that I use. So there you go. 983 trades, by the way, if you're doing this yourself. 527 long, 456 short. Wow, that's a lot, huh? Imagine doing that. Imagine scrolling back and doing all of that. Now, this thing is, it's still thinking because it's still evaluating every one of these, it's evaluating every rule. Sorry, every rule over every minute. I'm looking at something else. Excuse me. So there we have that. This is a view that I use in my calculations a lot. And this breaks it down exactly. There's 314 wins, 288 stops. Average winner is 67.54. Average loser is 29.61. It's a 2.8 win to loss ratio and 31%. A little bit deceptive because of the fact that it figures the percent winner based on the total trades against the winning trades. It doesn't take into consideration that there is a number of, notice this is 314 and 288. So this is about 600 trades. Well, difference between 600 and 983 is about 383, right? So there's 383 of those that are a scratch. So this percent win rate is not exactly accurate because IRT was not developed long ago in these reports by Chad to deal with multiple targets and multiple X's and entries and stuff like that. Another thing that you can do, and you need to do this if you're backtesting, here's every trade, the exact entry time, the trade, the exit, the setup, T1, T2, 2024, January 16th at 10:39 in the morning, and there's the outcome of each one of them. You can go through and look at each one. You can also send this to the chart and go back and look for 2 years at every rule. Will be plotted right on the chart just like this. The next step is I take all of that data and I input it into the spreadsheet. This is, each one of these is a back test. And all of these data are what I use to determine what setup and whether they're, first of all, expectancy is an edge, right? You'll notice that all of these has a positive expectancy. Percent win rate, 70%, 65%, loss rate. And that's goofy. How can that be even? Ah. Yeah, okay. And that's where you come up with, that's how I come up with my trade statistics and my, what I'm going to try to work with in the live market every day. This is my sizing chart. Now I'm trading the micros, which we know, I hope. And my premise is as follows. I will trade the micro. Both of these, this is based on a 2-lot risk neutral package, both of them. Same thing that I trade every day on the system, on the stream. Well, I will trade the micros until the P&L net. That's net P&L, not gross. So commission's out. The net P&L is 1.3 times the stop loss or the risk on one mini trade. Well, that equates, after you do the math, that equates to 390 ticks. Then I enter each trade, and I'll do those today right down here. I'll enter each trade. I have entered each trade. This is all of December or November, and here we go with December yesterday. And this data, and then it calculates everything here, including the number of trades necessary to win to achieve this target at, and how many ticks are required to achieve based on the average, the possibility or the trade possibility, which is here, based on the risk T1, T2. I don't know another way to approach this that can be, I think you have to approach it absolutely, methodically and systematically. Oh, I'm going to add up, I'm going to double up, I'm going to trade. You get in the hole and your FOMO comes back and Monkey Boy pokes you in the butt, and all of a sudden you've got 3 micros on, 3 minis on, and you're going to try to get it all back, do some Hail Mary and make all your account back. That is complete crap. That's how retail traders blow up. This is a very planned, structured, intelligent way to move from micros to minis, which you should definitely move from one to the other, because if you're not consistently profitable with micros, and now this is from a reference of trading your own account, your own real money. And you should follow these rules even if you're trading a sim account, paper trading, or prop trading. Actually, because I've done all those things. This is the intelligent, systematic way to do it, to size up. And you continue to trade down here, the minis, and this will change and start being how much you need to lose to go back to the micros. And this is one I use, a tool I use for each individual backtest quickly to tell what the stats are, what the probability of wins of T1, probability of T2, etc. I usually do that like, now you get the idea. I keep it down here in the corner of a tool, and then I can use it to enter the backtest stuff. That's the way I think you should approach, or way I am approaching the backtesting. I'm happy to share anything, everything. If you have an idea that you want me to backtest for you because you can't do it yourself, I'm happy to do that. Just let me know what it is in the chat. And what I'm doing with these what ifs is as follows. Stop, T1, T2, the package size. Is there a trail or not? Is there a trigger or not for the trail? And then what is the trail plus entry? So in other words, over here, the one that I was doing last night that I talked about earlier, this seems to be quite a profitable, good idea. And interesting to me, I started with 18 tick trigger. So price trades up, takes out T1. We're all happy. Price trades on further up 8 to 18 ticks. This is at 12 ticks, right? So it goes another 6 ticks. That triggers the trail, and the stop trails to T1. 12 ticks. I thought, well, that's pretty cool. Look at this. Look at these stats. And then I thought, what else? What happens what can I do? What happens if I improve this a bit? So I just started winging it, right? 16 ticks. A little better. 14 ticks, a little better. This is saying here that if you enter a trade, and when price is 2 ticks more than your T1, you trail up immediately to T1. And you should expect over 482 days, 1,062 trades, you should expect 649 winners at that average win rate, 300 losers at that average loss, 94 scratches, win rate 65, loss rate 34, expectancy is 9.3 ticks, a 1.06 R factor, and a risk to reward of 1.12. Profit factor is 2.3. Taking 2.5 trades a day, and there you go. 14 consecutive winners in a row and 6 consecutive losers. There's this many wins, that many longs, that many shorts. We have gross profit. Here's where I do the commissions based on the number of trades actually, round trips, and then I use the trade factor, the trade price. I mean the round trip price for each one, micro or macro. And there's net. Now, I wasn't bothering with standard deviation and Sharp and all of those on these trades last night quickly. It's just, this is just spit out of the back test for my RT. There you go. Wow, and it's already past the hour, bottom of the hour. Okay, well, let's mosey on to the recap quickly, I guess, here, huh? Dark in here. What's going on? Ah, I see. There we go. So let's move on to the recap then. So there's what we've had today. We're still trading, and now there will be no trades in the system because the end of day rules are already engaging. If we're in a trade, for example, here, and it's still fluffing along over here, when we get to this end of day criteria, which I have set for either one, it automatically closes out all the positions. How are we winding up at volume? Let's see. 68% volume. And we're down to 2 points for the ATR. So this is the trading system. I mean, this is our day so far. Is this, let me see something here. Yeah, that's right. Wow. That's a lot of confusion going on for a short period of time there. These are 1 point high, and this is the entire session. That's a lot of retail soup going on there, isn't it? There are the trades, 1, 2, 3. There's the end of it all. I didn't do this yet, I apologize. And there they are. There's all the statistics you could ever want to know about all 3 of those trades, and the outcome and the price and the time entry, exit to the millisecond and everything else. Now, oops, always do that. I need to make my screen snap, which goes in the journal. And there we go. So it is a big chopped up day on light volume coming back from the holiday, the beginning of the Santa rally or whatever. And we had, you know, the random risk band on stage for most of the latter part of the morning and day from, I think, 10. Didn't they start at 10 o'clock? And he's been talking ever since. Wow. So I don't feel so bad. Had I just had the system traded itself, this would say 60 ticks instead of 1. So, but from a market recap possibility or perspective, this is what we've had all day. Here you can see on the Renko. What is that? That is just retail soup. Huh? That's a blender in action, and they're just feeding retail guys in the top. Here we are so far today with our rotational period and the micro composite down here. All the volume in the middle, huh? Look at that, where we're in and out. This is the micro composite, and that is just the RTH session, and these are daily bars, in case you don't know that. All of my charts, you can see the name of the chart, which won't mean anything to anybody but me, the instrument, the candle or type. It doesn't say candlestick or bar, but there it is on this one. And it's a day session, which is 8:30 to 1600. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates the micro composite volume profile, which gives the POC. High and low volume nodes, and then session prices. All of those push to Bookmap. You see the chart up here. There's a 12-tick Renko. So it's pretty straightforward, completely transparent, and I hope helpful. I plot also the micro or the mini because that's the usual trade. Days gone by, I traded the NASDAQ, but we're going to stick with this. I'll look forward to scaling up, sizing up here when that's done, when that's indicated by the tool I just showed you. And we've already gone through all of the volumes and things. So that's where we are and how we're going to wind up the day pretty much. We're going to have the market on close or imbalance orders at 1450. Let's look at the all-important snooze reports, shall we? So we have the economic calendar for this week. Tomorrow we're going to have non-farm employment change at 7:15. S&P PMI at 8:45. ISM manufacturing PMI at 9. And then crude, of course, at 9:30, like always. Thursday is basically, well, jobless claims, that's still a biggie, and that's 7:30. Friday, Michigan's a big one. Now, this is investing.com. I use the free version as an example for anybody that's joining the stream. You can plop this in your browser and you get the exact same stuff. You can filter it for whatever you want, country, time zone, reports, all those things. Typically, I use today. I like this presentation for screen snapping and throwing in Discord or wherever else. This is Financial Juice, also free, also filterable. And it has a little different thing. You notice that it's got a similar docket, but it has all these non-financial reports in here, which I refer to as UCRs, or unrecognized or unexpected critical risk. Cabinet meeting, somebody speaking out of nowhere, 2 hours ago, this wasn't scheduled. Now, Financial Juice is good about adding these in. Investing.com does not. They only look at and report real scheduled financial numbers and reports, Fed meetings, etc. Then the right side of this is more of a squawk box feel, which is going to show us our market on closing balance in a few minutes up here, in about 6 minutes. So that's the charting. And there you go. And then we're over here at Bookmap. I'm kind of disappointed about this results here today. Not because I didn't follow my rules or everything to do with my system, but I need to be having profits here, not scratches. I'm not losing any ground, but I'm not amping them up, which is irritating to me, as you might imagine. Hey. Here's an interesting tidbit of news. If you flip a coin and enter and religiously follow the rules of 1-to-1 risk to reward, in other words, you risk $1, you make $1. You flip the coin, you either make or lose, one way or the other, and you do that religiously without fail, you will be a more successful trader than 80% of the retail traders that try this business. And that is a reality. A statistical, mathematical fact. Isn't that shocking? I think so. I feel bad for those guys, but And the reason is they cannot follow their rules. They cannot stick to anything. A 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio when flipping a coin, you flip it 1,000 times. At the end of that 1,000 flips and those 1,000 trades, you're going to be at zero. Because it is basically 50-50 and you're risking one or losing one. You're going to end up at zero. Because once you've gone 1,000 flips, you're going to be outside the likelihood of a random distribution, which means if you flip a coin 10 times, nobody would be, surprised to see more heads than tails. Okay, that's normal. That's called random distribution or variance in statistics. But you get outside of that, or you approach the real statistic or the real probability of that, whatever that outcome is zero. So in other words, what it boils down to is if you are a scratch trader, don't lose, don't win, you will be better off. You will be doing a better job than 80% of retail traders because they consistently lose money by not following their rules, not having a plan, using their discretion based on who the hell knows what. Monkey Boy, if you listen to the stream some part of the day, I call him Monkey Boy because it's our monkey mind. It's FOMO. It's all that stuff that was passed down, that we've inherited in our wiring from our ancestors, that served us well on the desert, on the plains of Africa or wherever the hell we started out, or Mars or wherever, I wouldn't say those tendencies permitted us or enabled us to selectively adapt to survive and end up here, end up at this point. But now they don't serve us very well in this job because you need to be risk seeking instead of risk averse, or at least risk agnostic, so that you don't get all fired up. You need to firmly understand. We're going to have this market on close in 15 seconds here. You need to firmly understand that it is a random market and the environment, and you need to approach it from a point of view of statistics and probabilities, just like a casino. Say it every day, and I'll continue to, because it's so important. Hopefully, if any one person hears it and it helps them, that's great. That's the whole point. This is my virtual journal. That's why it's complete. Oh, he just ended his remarks. Holy shit. Wow. This stream is my virtual journal. I start every morning at 8 o'clock, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock in the morning. And it runs all day until 1500. No trades are taken off the stream. All the trades are on a live funded account funded by me with AMP Futures. And here's our market on close and balance. So we have 538 million buy side for the S&P, 220.79 buy side for the NAS, 120 million buy side for the Dow, and 509 buy side for the Mag 7. So it's a Christmas rally. Santa Claus is coming. Okay, there you go. Wow, this has been going on. Well, when did they start this thing? Right there, 10:30 in the morning until now. That's a hell of a long time to be inputting. Well, look at who's up. Sleepy Girl. You want to say something to the crowd here? Yeah, so make your plan. Now is the time to work on your plan in your study period, your homework period. Find a strategy, whatever it is. You want to use mine, help yourself. I share it openly, freely, talk about it a million times. If you want to make a screen grab of anything, you're welcome to. You want to make a screen grab of this? Here's a better chart here. Want to make a screen grab of that chart, knock yourself out. Here are the continuation zones, the IB high, the trigger zone, the pullback zone. Same thing at the bottom, real easy. I mean, I share it all openly. I don't believe that the few people that watch these streams can have any impact on the edge. you know, all this, that's proprietary because they're going to ruin my head. Bullshit. I mean, there are millions of traders participating in this market, which is random. I don't suppose that, you know, 1,000 of us or whatever ends up looking at these streams is going to have any impact. So, and I'm certainly not trying to front run anybody. And I trade these live right in front of everybody and discuss when I'm going to get in and why and all that stuff, because it's my trading journal. So who am I trying to bullshit? Me? Football. I don't think that's a very good idea. So, you know, I share it with whoever wants to look over my shoulder and listen, because I hope it can help somebody. I wish to hell I would have found something like this when I started trading in 1999. Would have saved the first, you know, first account, big one. Oh, there you are. Happy to share anything. Oh, by the way, I freely and openly and quite happily share the session prices, which push automatically from 1,700 on Sunday night through 1,600 on Friday. This is a just, you know, like and subscribe and throw something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with it. What it will be is a link to a CSV file from Google, and you just drop that into the cloud note column here or into this indicator data column, and it pushes automatically from my Bookmap, you know, around the clock until from, like I said, from Sunday night at 1700 until Friday night at 1600. No problem. And I think I still push all of these. I don't remember, to be honest with you. I haven't talked about it. A lot of people use them in the Traders Lab and Statistic and around. So there you go. Ron does in here, and I don't know who else. And I don't know if I'm sure you can, I haven't bothered to look, but I'm sure you could figure out a way to import them into TradingView or something like that, probably, I guess. I don't know. Or if nothing else, it's a CSV file, and you can just open it up and you'll see the price, you'll see the label and the level as they change. So there you go. Whatever I can do to help, I think giving back is important. And as I said, man, what I wish I would have bumped into somebody. I'm not saying I'm the wizard of all trading or I'm some guru that's, you know, making millions of dollars or you ought to pay me thousands of dollars for a mentorship. What I'm saying is I've got a lot of miles under my belt on this thing, and most of them I've learned by the hard knocks method. And I wish to hell I'd have bumped into somebody that had straightened me out about a lot of this stuff way back then. There you go. And now my last and final pitch here that I try to always do is this. And this is really important for your trading. Sorry, I have to update the chapters thing. The most important piece of equipment you have, any trader has in their trading office, is sitting on your side of the monitor. We spend countless hours and thousands of dollars resourcing and buying monitors and streaming crap and microphones and software and trading statistics and, you know, mentorships and all this kind of nonsense. And all of that stuff is taken in by our eyes and processed by our brain and used. Those two things make financial decisions and actions that affect our lives and our families. Not the monitor, not the streaming thing, not the, you know, with the software to some degree helps, of course. All of these things help, but the most important thing is you. And you need to take care of that. And a lot of traders, a lot of people don't. You need to be hydrated. You need to be well rested. You need to have good nutrition. You need to be healthy, exercise. I'm fortunate enough to have a large enough room here for my office that I can, and I just use stand-up desk. So I can just step back from the monitors through the day and do curls with some dumbbells I've got, or, squats, or I got a chin-up bar in the door over there, whatever. As far as your eyes are concerned, when we focus on these charts, our short focus eye muscles are in constant tension. That's terrible. If you don't think so, clench your fists as hard as you can and keep them that way for 3 or 4 hours. See how you feel. At least once a day, middle of the day, take a break, look out the window, go out front, walk in the sun, get some natural light. Soft focus is the key. Let those eye muscles relax. And by all means, a really big one, never be on emotional tilt. Be really, really aware of that for whatever reason. You got a fight with your significant other, you got a problem with something. You can't bring that to the trading desk because it will, first of all, FOMO or monkey boy will get a hold of that, or hide, or whatever you want to call that part of you. It'll get a hold of that and go, oh, you better take this off now. Let's size up. We need that money. Trust me, it's a goddamn. There's an old expression that says scared money can't trade, and that's essentially the same thing. Emotional tilt, and it's the truth. So there you go. We're going to shut this mess down in a minute and a half. Have a great rest of your day. I hope you had it's nice wherever you are. It's been chilly over here. Thanks for stopping by. I'm not funded or monetized in any way, so likes and subs is super. Participate in the chat is great. Remember, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, every trading day through 1600. 100% transparent, 100% accountable, live trading, real money, real account, AMP futures. And if I can figure out exactly how to sanitize it all for the actual brokerage accounts, I will do so. This right here. Damn, I keep opening Google here's something, a fun fact. I switched from Google to Edge. I never thought I would say this in a million years. Oh, it's time to get and there we have 1500. Now, anyway, what I was going to show you was this is the result of every trade. And I'm going to enter today right here, based on the statistics that I showed you in Bookmap, and I will enter every trade, and it'll calculate all the stuff. Simple. I'd do it now, but it's already 1500, and I've got to go get organized take my daughter to school. Now I put on my soccer dad hat and go into soccer dad mode. And then I come back and the rest of the night till the wee hours on backtest guy. So have a great evening. Take care of yourself. Shut this mess down. Shut your charts down. Get out and do something for yourself and your health. And see you tomorrow at 0800 with bells on.